takes down Cam, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Welcome back, everyone, to the continuation of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Now, hopefully you haven't been overwhelmed with PUBG Mobile action today, as we did have the EMEA League kickoff yesterday and continuing throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So at least on the weekends, you have a double dose, a double helping of PUBG Mobile action. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and I have to bring in some people, might call them the best people, to help break down these games. You got Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. You two are looking snazzy. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great, man. You're looking good too. You're looking like the Jason I know. Look at that outfit. Yeah, that's the Jason I know.
What? What's the Jason you don't know?
Just keep it. Just keep it.
If it's
right?
the Jason,
how are you,
Jason? Poolside in Malaysia right now, shirts off, trunks on, getting tan. Glitter, I saw something, by the way, the last couple days. I saw you broke over 750,000 views on your Twitch channel. Is that true?
Yeah, I did do that. That was pretty cool. I was pretty stoked about that. I'm not gonna lie.
She had a great day off. I had a great day off. Seven's always looking good, like he had a great day off. But it's time to now kind of focus back here on the Pro League Americas as we take a look at our overall standings, right? We're over halfway through week 3. We only have one more week after this of league play to go before we get into the finals. And it's time to see where the teams currently stand. And we're, of course, gonna have G25. I mean, they were off the #1 spot for like a half of a day, but they're back here, Glitter.
Yeah, no, they couldn't let it, be out of their grasp for too long, although Team Queso is going to be putting up a fight. As you can see, just how many more kill points alone Team Queso has than G25 right now. G25 is just absolutely crushing it in their placement points. They were able to pull down yet another chicken dinner, only one away from those double digits that we were talking about before. And then as we move down the list, we see Alpha 7, who's really stepped up to the plate in 3rd place, Tempo Storm in 4th, with 317 points. And the only reason I point that out is because we'll start to see the big gaps, the big drops in points you see from 2nd to 3rd. We went from 381 to 345, then 345 to 317, and then B4 is in 5th place from there, still with 6 chicken dinners under their belt though. So if they can maybe pick up some of their gameplay, because I feel like they struggled the last couple days here, 7, then hopefully B4 will be able to kind of put themselves in a better place moving forward.
Yeah, and I think with B4, we're all expecting them to stop having those 15, 16 places with 0 kills and 0 points. So sorry, I had to say it, all right? We kind of had to get that out of the way. And every single time we call on a team here at the Star, they end up doing good. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing which team ends up actually being good. We also have Ace 1 there. I believe Ace 1 was in 6th place. Loops Esports there in 7th place. And Wildcard Gaming as well there in 8th place. And on the second page here, this is the one that I'm the most intrigued about because we have seen so many changes. You see now Cloud9, they're in 9th place with 256 points. 10 points behind them, you have Meta Gaming, and then a team that wasn't even in the top 16 at the start of the previous day show, Brazilian Rampage. They moved that 6 spots, and they're now in 11th place with 237 points, only 94 kills. Drive Gaming being able to, they actually had an amazing day on the previous show as well. They were able now to be 12th place, and they're Execute. This is one of the surprises right here, Glitter. They didn't really move much, but they also didn't have one of the best days there, being in 13th place.
Yeah, they at least held on to their position here in the top 16, but you'll notice that they're tied with Tribe Gaming now. They're 7 points behind Brazilian Rampage, who made a huge climb up the ranks, like you had said, 7. Then we move down the list, we see Pittsburgh Knights there in 14th place with 226 points, only 4 behind Execute. BDM Esports in 15th place, also doing well for themselves. And then Nova Esports just barely holding on in 16th place, but also actually tied with BDM Esports for points. So as we get through the last few days of this 3rd week and then move into the final week, that top 16, especially 12th through 16th, those are positions we're really going to be paying attention to as we take a look here at the final page. 17th place, Influence Rage, 1 chicken dinner under their belt now, but look at their kill points, 7. They literally have almost double their placement points in kill points alone. This team has been so freaking aggressive. It's actually insane.
Yeah, we've been enjoying the aggressiveness, the shooters hitting their shots, destroying everybody, and they're becoming really confident. And the good thing right now is that they're just 1 point behind the 16th place. You see XSET there didn't have one of the greatest days last time we actually played, but they're still being able to maintain themselves within the run. The Unnamed too, I believe they started picking it up. They started getting in those top 5 situations. They started finally getting kills as well. We saw Klaze Esports, if I'm not mistaken, I think they ended up with a win in 15 kills at one point in the last show as well. INTZ, we saw more of their players starting to clutch up. Also Pauly, I seen Pauly over and over again being the last person alive and kind of clutching some extra points for that team. We see the defeaters there, 19 Esports and helping Quit Addiction. Hopefully, you know what I want to see today, Glitter? I want to see these 3 teams here at the bottom, defeaters, 19 Esports and helping Quit Addiction. I want to see them go off. I want to see this become even crazier because now we, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but now we have like a week and a half left, right?
Carry the 7 plus 3. Yeah, week and a half left. That's true.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, math's not easy for me to do on air. You're looking forward to those bottom 3 teams. Did you notice as well that there's 4 teams in our 3rd page of standings who have a chicken dinner, and we have Loops on the 1st page without a single one to their name? That kind of blows my mind thinking about it, that you have these teams who are able to pull out the victory, and yet Loops doesn't seem like they need to pull out a victory at some point.
I think Loops can just kind of carry with the amount of kills that they've been getting. I think this is something that we've seen out of them, and if I'm not mistaken, now they're starting to pick it up in kills too.
Yeah, definitely. But 2 teams you mentioned, 7 right off the bat here that we're going to be talking about. You mentioned on the 2nd page, you mentioned Brazilian Rampage able to shoot their way up in towards the standings. We talk about BDM as they slowly been getting better and better, and we have to kind of break these 2 teams down a little bit.
Oh, definitely. I think these teams have one of the best days by far that any team has had, besides G25 when they just absolutely smack on that week 1. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to focus right now on BDM Esports and Brazilian Rampage. You see the damage difference here. And just to give you more of a picture here, Brazilian Rampage is currently in 11th place, for some reason you don't remember, and BDM is currently in 15th place. You see the damage done by BDM Esports is a lot higher, and that's because they've been able to get into more engagements and they've been able to actually win more fights, which allows them to live on later, but they're kind of choking in some places. We'll talk about that a little bit more here. 103 kills there to BDM Esports. Brazilian Rampage with 94. You see the knocks difference too, almost a 40 knock difference between BDM Esports and Brazilian Rampage, which actually this looks promising for BDM Esports. You also see the placement points. That's one thing that Brazilian Rampage is it's been really consistent on, is their placement points by being able to get 23 more placement points than BDM Esports. Now, something I wanted to mention in regards to the kills, I think the kills that BDM Esports has been huge. Remember, a lot of teams at the start of the tournament, they were telling us, the players were saying, we're now starting to focus more on kills. I think if BDM can maybe just focus a little bit more on the placement points, they will be able to shoot up themselves even higher. Something along the lines of what we were talking about in regards to influence rate. Now, with Brazilian Rampage, they do have a somewhat of a star player in Little Boy. He currently has 32 kills. The closest person on his team in regards to kills is Sentry, and he has 22 kills. With BDM, they have Duck, who is currently having 28 kills, and then they also have 2 other players that are really close. You have Rafa with 27 kills, Neto with 25 kills, and they've been changing back and forth the 4th player, and that's why they might not be able to put up as many kills. So I'm hoping along the lines of what we've been talking in regards to execute, I'm hoping they kind of have a set roster and kind of give the time to those 4 players to just flourish and just kind of work each other out. Maybe it comes out to rotations. Just remember, the BDM does have the lower placement points. So if they can maybe just suggest some rotations, if they can get a little bit into the later rounds along the lines of what we talked about with execute, I think this is going to be a very, very exciting. And the interesting thing, even though Brazilian Rampage is currently in 11th place and BDM is in 15th place, they're only separated by 14 points. Something that can be achieved in just one match, especially if you have an amazing match. I think going back to, I think it was BDM that ended up with 15 kills on 1 chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. So anything can happen, especially right off the first match.
I mean, one thing that really stood out to me while looking at their head-to-heads is kind of their knocks versus kills. Because you have BDM right now with 103 kills and 121 knocks, so they're missing out on a good margin of about 18 kills they could be confirming. Whereas Brazilian Rampage actually have more kills than knocks at 94 and 86. So also, besides placement points, I feel like if we saw BDM just confirm their kills better, they would also shoot up the standings. So I guess that's a good sign then for BDM, right? Because they have two different ways they can continue to grow as a team, continue to improve, and continue to get themselves up further overall. But some other teams, Glitter, that we've been talking about that have been moving on up, especially one of them is going to be Loops Esports, but it comes down to something deeper than that, right? It comes down to the battle in Brazil between two special teams here of Ace One and, of course, Loops.
Yeah, and I feel like we've been talking a lot about these two teams. I mean, especially in the beginning, we kind of started saying, is Ace One the new Loops, right? Because you guys can see here, this is their performance for each week, placement points and kills separated out so you can see how they've done. Now, obviously, week one, Ace One had a stellar performance, and I think that's when we kind of started the storyline of comparing them to Loops, because we were expecting Loops to be the team that came out of the gate very, very strong. You can see that Loops had only 45 placement points compared to Ace 170. But what's even crazier is the fact that Ace One had 80 kills compared to Loops 61. And the fact that Loops had 61 kills in that first week alone is already an incredibly strong performance. But it wasn't the Loops that we were hoping for. They weren't consistent, and they weren't as aggressive as we had hoped. If anything, Ace One was the aggressive team. Then we move on to week two, and you see that Ace One fell off pretty harshly compared to their week one performance, whereas it almost feels like Loops didn't do a massive improvement. It's almost kind of like they started to find their groove a little bit, though. They were able to keep their placement points where they were, if anything, a little bit higher, but they had started to figure out how they wanted to do their playstyle within this lobby, whereas Ace One definitely could not repeat that week one performance. And we've been kind of watching these teams for totally different reasons. We've been waiting for Loops to ramp up, and Ace One has kind of fallen off, and we've been waiting for that plateau. Then the points there in that third week, you'll see that they look really, really low compared to the other two, but that's because we're only 2 days in for our week three. So actually, Loops has picked up their performance because they're already at the halfway point for what they scored last week in total in just 2 days. So both of these teams are starting to kind of, Loops is continuing to do better, but Ace One's starting to plateau a little bit, and it's gotten to the point where I don't know which team is better. I mean, we have seen Ace One mimic Loops' aggression and seen Loops maybe not be so aggressive, but then they started getting all of these kills out of nowhere, and it's really, really helped their overall score and just, I think, our perception of how they've been doing. But what's crazy to me is the fact that even after the really strong start that Ace One had versus the slower start that Loops had, across the board, these teams are almost dead even. They're right next to each other in the standings. Their average points per match are 8.6 for Ace One versus 8.5 for Loops. The fact that both teams have a 20% top 3 finish rate. I mean, Ace One has a 38% top 6 finish rate, whereas Loops has a 34% top 6 finish rate. Both teams have a little bit above a 50% split for their points when it comes to their kills. I mean, they're literally almost indiscernible when it comes to their hardcore stats, right? But Ace One has managed to pull down 3 chicken dinners. You said it earlier, Jason. Loops doesn't have any, and yet they are keeping up with Ace One. They're doing better every single week, and I think now the real question is Ace One going to be able to match Loops? Not can Loops match Ace One?
Yeah, and honestly, it's been kind of a conundrum for us, wondering like where has this Loops been? They've been very under the radar, I'd say. I mean, that's kind of a shame, right? Because they're top 8, like doing better than a ton of teams, but they're not the team we saw in World League transition here into Pro League. Then again, there's kind of similar, if I'm not mistaken, Seven, back to how Pro League began the first time, right?
Yeah, it's identical, obviously. Loops Esports, it took him, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, 2 to 3 weeks to get that first chicken dinner. And once they got that first chicken dinner, it started going. They took off.
Well, you know what? It might be today they get their first chicken dinner. It might be tomorrow. It's coming eventually. It has to, as we now take a look at the schedule so you guys can see who will be playing when, and of course, what the map order will be as well. We're starting things off, like always, on Erangel, going over to Vikendi, going over to Sanhok. It's going to be there in just a second for you to see. And of course, going to Miramar and Erangel as well. But you can see Group B will be sitting out. So maybe, Seven, are you feeling a little bit lucky here that Loops could potentially pull off their first chicken dinner in their first game today?
Possibly. It's Erangel too. They usually going back, the first win, if we're trying to go a history lesson here, their first win on the previous PMPL was also in Erangel. One thing to also point out in regards to one of the teams that we talked at the beginning with BDM Esports, today they're going to be playing 4 matches. So this is a perfect time to take full advantage of that. Hopefully they start off hot and they can finish off hot, because if they can get a lot of good placement points here, a lot of good kills as we know they're capable of, this could end up being an amazing day for BDM.
I think for all teams as well, if you think about it, Glitter, I mean, we are technically past the halfway point. That was obviously between week 2 and week 3. But even so, with a week and a half of play left to go, I think every team is fighting for every possible point, because as you guys have mentioned, how close the spread is right now, you know, between what, like 12th through 20th place or something like that. It's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, and it's a different team every single day fighting for those placement points. I mean, we call out a team for not doing well. The next day, they decide to, you know, get 40-something kills in just a day or something. And you're like, what happened? Where was this team for the past week and a half? And then the next day, somebody else is like, oh, well, if they did it, now it's our turn to do it. So I can't even predict how these standings are going to shake out, how the games are going to go anymore, because this entire lobby has proven to us at different points throughout the season so far that they're capable and that they're here to play.
I think it's all about who's getting the resupply of their Mountain Dew game fuel, to be honest, right now. That's how it feels like. But I am hearing that the first game is ready, so you two will chat with you in a little bit of time. We got to bring our commentators in so we can kick off the first match of the day. But remember, guys, you can always be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know your thoughts about anything related to the show. Maybe send us some pictures of you drinking your own Mountain Dew game fuel as well. We'll maybe get it up on the show if it is appropriate. Remember, keep it appropriate here. This is a PG show. And we also have some PG casters able to come in. We got Enviram and Cameron Davis. I know Cameron's gonna be giving me a weird look. Yep, expected it. It's just like clockwork. Enviram,
smiling.
If that's a smile, then I don't want to see what. Never mind. We got another day of games. Good to have you two back. Enviram, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm ready. I'm ready to cast some PUBG Mobile. I'm excited. I mean, it's Tuesday seems like forever ago. Is that weird? Is that weird? It's been like 3 days, but I feel like it's been a solid week, and I'm like watching back the games and the VODs, and I'm like, this feels like forever ago, but it's good. I'm excited to be back.
I mean, technically, with how quick pace all these matches are going, with how quickly teams are transitioning up and down the leaderboard, you never know what's going to happen any given day, to be honest. And Cameron, asking you about what you think could happen here. Is there any teams you're looking at that potentially could have a big day that we've not seen in the past, maybe?
I don't know. Every single week we get a new team that's suddenly just starting to perform very well, and the teams that we thought were good are having a little bit of a struggle. The teams at the top of the leaderboard are pretty locked in, but I'm actually going to one up what you were saying on the desk, how between 12 and 20 is pretty close. I'm looking at the points, and anything between, what is that, 8th place down to 20th place is really close. And we're near the end of the group stage. So
you gotta show me up, man.
I don't know what to expect anymore.
That's not fair. I don't got a screen I can look at to look at the exact points. Why you got to do me like that, Cameron? No, it's very true. And that's the status right now of all these teams, right? Is that everyone is playing for all of these points, realizing that we just need maybe that one extra point. Just that one extra kill you get a game could change your entire fate, because you still not only have to play out the rest of the league phase here in Viram, you still have the finals to come up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still games to be played, but we're getting down to the wire. We're getting down to it here. It's do or die. It's win or go home, and all these players are vying for those top 16 spots, so we'll see what's going to happen. It's still almost anyone's game.
Yeah, well, why don't we kick off today's games then? The first game is ready to go. It's on Erangel, and it's brought to you by these two fine gentlemen.
Yes, it's brought to you by us, the official sponsors. No, we're not. We're not fuel. We're not that cool, though I would still take some if they sent it to me and just say, I would drink them. Anyway, game number 1, Erangel. And Cameron, there's a team. There is a team that exists that traditionally does incredibly well in Erangel and incredibly well in game 1. Can you take a guess at who it is?
Cloud9.
What? No, it's G25.
Oh, G25. Yeah, sorry.
It's G25. Sorry, we're not in the World League anymore. We're back.
Apparently.
I did kind of debate you, because traditionally that would be correct. But no, G25's performance on Erangel is absolutely stellar, and their Game 1 performances are also really, really good. Unfortunately, they're not in this lobby, though, so that... neither is Cloud9, so both of us were a little... Yeah, so we're...
No, I knew... No, I just wanted to make the record clear. I knew what you were going for. I was just trying to highlight the fact that we... go even further when I was saying to Jason that we don't know what's going on. We're supposed to be the experts. We still don't know. We have watched all these games. We have watched so much PUBG Mobile, studied so much PUBG Mobile, and I could not tell you what is up or down, left, right, top, center. Is this a good playing path anymore? I don't know anymore.
I think we're starting to realize that these teams are all so good that anyone on any day could take over, and that we can try and predict until the cows come home. I think we proved this during World League to ourselves. This idea that's like, yeah, we can have all the statistics and the numbers and the math, but a player gets hot on a certain day, the circle shifts the right way, and anybody could take it over. But with this circle, okay,
pretty standard. It's actually pretty close to as dead center as you can get. It doesn't feel that way just because of the nature that how the military base sort of balances out with the main island. A more northern central circle is one that feels center, but either way, unless we get a phase 2 south shift, everyone's going to just be crowding around the Machine Key, Potato Mountain, maybe the school, maybe Raza. It's going to be pretty standard though. The rough playing path could be a little bit of an issue for the teams going to the southwest, but we're not going to have an immediate shot of like 5 shots of espresso in the morning of a wake-up call from this game.
No, this one is definitely going to play out a little bit slower. And week number 1 definitely set a pace that, I mean, I wish we could have maintained throughout, because week 1 was so entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
It was just action. It was fight after fight after fight. You know, teams were adjusting to the new point system. And we really, I think, were sort of like, wow, is this what the new meta is going to be like? It definitely slowed down a bit as teams have sort of gotten the read on it a little more and realized the game hasn't changed that much. But still, we're still see a decent amount of early action. I kind of wish we saw a little more.
They want this kill.
Well, I think they're. Oh, well, okay. I think he's an angry man with a sombrero. Okay, there we go. Q, I'm gonna be honest. That was Yep.
So they didn't need to try that hard for that one. Richie was just there to try and waste as much time as possible behind that rock. He knew he was dead. It's just, let's be an annoyance with their looting time, the rotation timings. He wasted maybe a good 3 or 5 seconds from there, so whatever. Good play for you, but unfortunately, those were some of the teams that were trying to go towards the southwest. But over here, the Knights also a little bit of a scrap with another squad. It's going to be Nova, and Nova especially. This is a team that is a lot more familiar with early game fighting.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, they seem to thrive in early game fights and late game fights.
Those are the two. It's the mid game that's a bit.
The mid game that's rough. If they get caught on a rotation in the mid game, whoa, it's all over. But no, I mean like when Cat and GFan can really get stuff going in the late game, woo, it feels good to see.
Nice.
But now in this case, they're actually just still running a PK. And I did ask for some early action, and I didn't think we were going to get any. But for some reason, this really non-pressuring circle is still somehow resulting in at least a little
They
crap.
know that Blade is there. They're about to find out, I feel, because Starlight is... I don't know if he's trapped in that tower or not, but this rotation from AZ and GFan, is this a retreat or just a high ground rotation? Okay, so yeah, they actually have zero clue that Blade was caught out in that position. Right now, they're just trying to give support to Starlight against Jat and Trickster in the buildings. Unfortunately, Blade doesn't have a weapon, so he's not going to be able to surprise them with a shocking flank unless, for example, Trickster lands a headshot, recognize that he's low, and Blade comes up in surprise with his fists to get the knock. But
I mean, PK was just given a gift. They were just given a gift that Nova did not see. Yeah, he had no gun. There was no way to fight back there. And don't get me wrong, Trickster is one of the more aggressive players we see here. And every time he's in the lobby, every time I watch back his VODs, I'm just like, wow, that's hilarious. This guy just takes fights. This is amazing. That was definitely not the time to push that plan. There
sure?
allowed Nova to back up and inadvertently ended up saving another member of PK, who are, of course, already down one player. So that would have been a disastrous opening for them.
It's not a great opening for Nova either, though, because even though they didn't lose a player, they still have all 4 up. You can tell that their vehicle was a problem. They had 3 players and only 2 seats. And so they're going to be spending a lot of their time even just getting to their loot spot, and they're dead center of the circle. There are teams already rotating. Queso is already rotating. So if you want to talk about Nova getting called out in rotation, imagine getting called out in rotation to your loot spot.
I mean, they have nothing. They actually have, there's a man running around in a mummy costume, and That's it. All right? Oh, both of those teams are not going to have the start they wanted. They are going to be behind, and it is going to have an impact on this game because there's only so many places they can rotate to because of the way the circle is. Everybody's already in. Their rotational paths, Cameron, are already going to start to be cut off. So we'll see if that has an impact come the late game. I would not be surprised if it does.
Yeah. Well, Queso here, rolling up just north of Pachinki. BDM also rolling in. Another team that, not going to mince words, bit disappointing. Didn't do a lot in the first couple of weeks of PMPL, but yesterday especially came up big. This week is now suddenly the week of BDM, and so I'm sure a lot of players, a lot of fans' eyes are going to be on them to see if they can continue that pushing forward. Solid rotation. Don't hit that. Those aren't breakable in this version of the game. But yeah.
And here's the thing too, is if they can keep up what the momentum they started this week, we're going to have to ask ourselves a question, Cameron. And that's the question that I always love to ask, is which one is the fluke? Is the poor performance the fluke, and it was actually just a bad couple of days or a bad opening week, and they start, or is this the fluke? And they've actually been, they've actually just been improving, and really at the start of the season that was what they were all about. But now they're starting to pull it all together, and if they can keep up the performance, that's definitely going to lend some credence to this idea that they're getting better. And those first few weeks were not an indicator of their potential.
The answer would be which one shows up in finals, if they can even make it.
Ooh, yes.
That's honestly what, yes, really what it is. So when you're looking at a team of fluke performance or not, it does not matter what their potential is. What matters is what they bring to the finals, what they bring to the competition. And right now, Nova, well, actually, it's Alpha 7 bringing the grenades to them. They got a knock. More counter grenades come out, and they're going for the rush. Clinical, easy, clean, lemon squeezy. This is no other way to play it. Nothing that Nova can do.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. That's just a quick execution. Throw bodies at the problem. The rest of the other two members of Nova are pushing on in. G-Fan here, priming a nade, but it's very much a 2v4 situation. The high ground has been achieved by Alpha 7. This little nade's coming on through, though. See if Swagman can land the return nade as well out the window. Bottom right of your screen. Lobs it out. Ooh, and almost finds it. But now, Nova's pushing in underneath, and they're actually getting aggressive on this, Cameron, which is interesting. They could just try and back up. They could just try and reset, survive, but they're fighting this 2v4. They want revenge. They know this game already starting off not the way they wanted, and it's probably going to end quite soon as all members of Alpha 7 are jumping out. He's getting pinched. He's just going to go down in a second if they can find him hiding in the corner. G-Fan's here as well. They're trying to make this a situation where they take as many 1v1s as possible, but Alpha 7's doing this in a fantastic job, not really allowing to do that. Setup is playing on the outside, trying to get vision, conveying that to the team. AZ's going in. Law's going to go down, though. Law's actually going to be confirmed. Vito's getting knocked as well. Hang on a second. In the 2v4 situation, Nova may go down here, but they're at least taking some of them with them as finally G-Fan falls, but that was not as clean as we were hoping for from Alpha 7. Props to Nova, knocking 3 members, confirming 1.
Yeah, that was actually really, really good. You'd think at this point Alpha 7 should just throw bodies, but the way that they staggered in was just separate enough from each other, and the angles that Nova were holding were so tight and clean in regards to supporting each other that they were able to get that much done with it. After they got those first 2 knocks, confirm or not, I was actually suddenly expecting them to win that engagement. When they first came in, I was like, why are they throwing your bodies away? You lost 2, just retreat, try and make this a salvage game. They got 1 more point out of it. And I don't know, this is a Nova that we do love, so we can't fault them too much by playing in this playstyle. But still, that was... Alpha 7, I think, might be scratching their heads a little bit and going back to the drawing board for next time that happens.
Because the first half of that was so clean. I mean, that's how you push into a building. Everybody came in that room from 2 directions at once. You can't get the shots off. That was solid. But then when it got down to that ground floor and there was those boxes to play around, a little bit of additional cover, that's really where, identified Nova's trying to take this as a 1v1. They're positioning themselves in the corners, playing the corners. Sanhok did a great job of being the outside man. That was the difference maker there. I said playing anchor, relaying information to the rest of the team. And when the rest of the team goes down, he was able to find that additional. But still, props to Alpha for getting the kills, but also huge props to Nova for not going down so easily.
Yeah, they grab at least a couple of points here. BDM, they've lost a few members. I believe that was, we were just looking at XSET. They were picking up the bodies of slain BDM players. So their rotation, I like the area that they were going in. These hills can be quite useful in the early game especially, but because they're so open, there's a little bit of a catch-22 with that one. They ran away from XSET, they lost 2 players there, and now they're staring down the barrel of Execute. But Wildcard, they're also in the middle of a fight, so this is okay. Full-on 4v4s necessarily, excluding Nova, because it's Nova. They're always excluded and from these making these generalized statements. But this is actually, this game has a little bit more early action than I think a couple of us expected. A good grab here for Wildcard. I don't know if they're going to continue this push over these steps into this building currently controlled by Loops despite getting an opening kill onto them, because that's a hard push for them. But still, the Wildcard are continuing to take ground.
Yeah, no, I mean, I talked about how fun it was to cast those matches back in week 1 because there was constantly fighting, constantly action, and things slowed down over the weeks. His team started to get a little bit more methodical, started to get a feel for the lobby a little more, but I'm getting week 1 vibes, Cameron. We're seeing scraps, and I think it had to do with the circle because it was so centralized. Everybody rotated in early. We didn't really have any teams playing edge. Everybody sent. Tried to take a compound, is still rotating, trying to take ground. And these circles have been very friendly to that, but it's just been this steady, slow compression. And now, Loops down dead end, who's of course a huge part of the roster. He's the shot caller, he's the team captain, but at least he will still be able to do that facet of his job while dead. So a little victory, I guess.
I don't know about victory, but definitely the sting doesn't hurt quite as much here. I will say this is a general storyline. While we watch the next circle decide itself, center it up. Going to be some interesting rushes on Potato Hill. Actually, wait a second. Now that I think about it, this circle is a little more interesting than at first thought. There's a lot of open area here. No real clear single point of control. The last time we saw a circle like this, I believe it was Alpha 7 at the beginning of last week when they had their amazing, great game that granted they were gifted a couple of circles, holding the compound that they just this time around took from Nova once again. All right, I'm ringing a couple of bells here. This could be a similar game for Alpha 7, so definitely keep our eyes on that. But I do want to say, while we watch some of these rotations go in, that I think what you're talking about, where the very beginning was hot, gets cold a little bit, and then it ramps up again towards the end, is a pretty consistent narrative when you're looking at extended events, because you always want to go in hot at the very beginning, see where you try and make a name for yourself. You want to slow it down a little bit because you don't want to burn out. You also don't want to just completely throw your life away constantly. You want to figure out where the tempo is generally set, but then when you get towards the end, that's the make or break moment. That's where you really need to start getting those final stretches of points in order to qualify. So I wouldn't be surprised to see going into next week, it starts to speed up just a little bit more. Maybe not week 1 levels, but a little higher than definitely week 2. Defeaters here. Team that's trying to get a bunch of points themselves. Of course, already lost 1 player, but taking a couple of shots. They have to push in from the west along the coast. Execute is right in front of them. The Unnamed is right in front of them. This could be an interesting sort of stack up, and we're already seeing Defeaters leave, go up towards the north. We might be seeing Execute do the same thing, but XSET potentially in the way this west side might start to get a little packed.
I was just thinking the same thing. There are a lot of teams right on the edge of this circle, all trying to play gatekeeper here. The Unnamed, XSET, but Execute trying to push their way in, but they're very spread. Defeaters is going to loop all the way up and around. But we're jumping on board with 19 Esports. Them and BDM are the only teams up here on the northern side of the circle. And while it might just be one team up here now, as BDM is getting absolutely caught out. That okay.
Which is the fluke, Paul?
Now I wish I hadn't asked, all right? Now I wish I hadn't asked.
It's one game. We can't all chalk, just in the same way that we can't chalk it up to one good week or one bad week. You obviously can't do it in one game, no matter what a team's form looks like. But Execute, this is what I was talking about here. Getting a little bit of damage to try and break it in on the southwest side along that coast. But they're not able to really establish a huge, big piece of control. The Knights here did a well enough job of stabilizing from that early game scrap with Nova. Haven't lost any more players, haven't gotten to really a lot more fights playing defensive, but they're able to find a spot in the circle, as you can see on the south side. It's not a position of control, but it's a good position for information, and this shift onto Team Queso. This is one big giant valley. This is going to be a lot of fights on the edge once again.
I mean, we're still seeing on the edge fights happening right now as Execute is just getting absolutely mauled on the outside. They were not, let me in! Let me in! That's what they were screaming, trying to find a way into this circle, but it was not meant to be. I mean, the history between some of the players on XSET and Execute as well, these are all old school veterans in the North American scene. So got to feel good for XSET on this one. Be able to pick that one up. And Defeaters, another squad, sort of in that similar position, but they rotated all the way around to the north side, and no surprise, running into Wildcard. If there's an ability for them to drop Severny coming from the north, that's what they do, Cameron. This is what they're all about, and they're camping out. Taking a look towards Defeaters as the rest of the squad's now starting to move in towards the center of this circle. Meta looks like they're going to try and send, but they've got a lot of teams already here, and that is a very on-fire vehicle.
Yeah, it is. This is a big wide out in the open area, and this is why the tempo of this game is going to ramp up once we saw this circle shift. There's a couple of key compounds, Alpha 7 controlling one of them, and they're just got, it's a firing range, it's firing practice. We saw this last week. It's going to be the same story once again for them.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for being able to rotate in early, proactively, get yourself a compound, especially on Erangel. And while we're seeing it now, when he rotated in late, like a team like Defeaters, Loop's able to clean them up here, but they're also about to get jumped by XSET, who still has all 4 members alive. Loops did take some punishment earlier on, and Nico turned away at the last second. Federal was just given a little breath of life right there, but we're still seeing the fight on the outside as well. Wildcard is being distracted, though, by INTZ Esports. That's the only reason they are coming for the third party here, which is giving Loops a little bit of room to breathe, but there are so many teams on the west side of this circle. There's not a whole lot of room. There's not a whole lot of cover. Cameron, Loops is in a rough spot.
We saw this before. This was actually the position that G25 had one of their amazing games. They didn't win, but they still got a bunch of points because they were able to put themselves in position to take these big, wide open fights, constantly third party. And Loops, time and time again, seem to be on the wrong end of those engagements. XSET continuing to try and hold it down. Good pressure on
Nico.
But where is the wildcard third party going to come in? It's not as successful. They're actually spotted. XSET can pick up even more kills.
Ooh, shots back and forth there between Wildcard and XSET. Everyone just trying to find that first initial knock. Nico went for a very aggressive push up there for his squad, trying to get a little bit of ground, but Federal is still up and in this, Cameron, as Metagaming gets eliminated as well. 11 teams left. We're going to start to see that number drop pretty darn rapidly. We're seeing both these teams throwing nades out, and finally, Federal is going to go down. He was spotted out, and that is going to be the team in the middle. But Acer, Cameron, he's found himself a good position on the flank. Let's see what he can do with it.
He actually has to back away because the blue is going to remove that position from play, and he was being isolated by XSET. But Wildcard, because of that, they're forced to go into where Loops were, where XSET were just punishing Loops. So can they have a better execute onto this than Loops did? Luckily for them, if the circle pulls away, it is going to give a little bit of potential for XSET to leave, and that's what it does. It centers up, but it doesn't matter. They're going to have to continue to fight through this time, either through XSET or through Queso. And XSET, that's assuming they leave. They might want to take this fight still, take this advantage, get even more kills because they have 4 standing. They've already done a good job of clearing out their immediate surroundings.
And I actually think they're gonna totally reset this. They were in their vehicles before this next circle even moved. And they're gonna go, not a full send, they're gonna leave Juicy back as anchor, but the rest of the team is gonna push on in, but they're maybe not putting themselves in exactly the right spot. But Juicy, I said playing anchor, they were so baited, they did not expect the player to still be sitting back for XSET. What a heads up play from them. And now multiple members of Wildcard are down. Acer's confirmed as well, and Cameron, this is now a 4v2.
Was that a grenade from 19? 19 was in that kill feed onto Wildcard, onto Acer. I'm going to have to look back on that one to see if that's accurate, but...
Yeah. I mean, at least Slicky's able to take one back here, though. Joey is going to go down. Wildcard not going quietly into this good night, but XSET have 7 kills. Cameron, they have been playing so aggressively in this game, and now Wildcard totally got to rethink this. Slicky just trying to go for the wild send, and will be punished for it. The little desperation play from Wildcard there, as Spring, the last one standing. Juicy was able to find the shots. Candy lining him up. Spring is still there in the vehicle, but that is just going to be it. Wildcard is out. Can Slicky deny it to the blue? And oh, yes, he does.
Yeah, so
Ring does,
that's
yes.
at least 1 point that XSET don't grab. I would have liked to see Wildcard go a little more aggressive there instead of getting torn to pieces from XSET, but you saw how weak of a position that was when Loops get demolished from that spot. But elsewhere in the circle, Queso, it's now their turn. XSET, they grab their points, but can they get any further? This is why they stayed, because they knew how hard it would be to get anywhere close to the circle. They wanted to grab those points from Wildcard and then just cross their fingers on this end, and now there's only one standing.
Yeah, it's Nico down next to the drop. A little bit of cover. But at any point, Team Queso or Help Quit Addiction could just push in there. They know exactly where he is. But seventh place, at least, and 8 kills. I mean, they're going to be looking at a very solid game here overall. I got to give props to Nico. Okay, that was close. Okay. I mean, it's a nade from Team Queso. It's probably going to hit you. Let's be real.
True. They've unlocked some homing beacons, homing trackers on those things, how accurate they can be sometimes. But now their position is compromised. Same with Alpha 7. Both of the super strong compounds are on the edge of the circle. They both have a little bit of high ground to utilize, but unless they get a hardship, they're going to have to force towards the east.
This next circle is going to help and hinder a lot of these different teams. Itsume.
Okay.
Go down towards K. I mean, and well, the team that got helped, it was Team Queso. The team already up there towards the top of the leaderboards. Everybody else has got to move towards them. I'm looking towards Brazilian Rampage, B4, all these teams on the southeast side of the circle. This is what you can see right now. They have their work cut out for them. B4 is going to have to make an epic crossing to try and make it into this next circle. And Nunez is looking to shut this down, smashing the dinner plate right over their heads, saying, "Where are you going, team? You're coming in our territory."
Only one knock, but it still slowed B4 down enough that it gave them an opportunity to push in. I say opportunity. There's a real chance that it's just suicide, which is why they don't send the entire squad. They leave 2 on the outside, 2 trying to send it towards center, try to take this lip of the ridge. Queso's trying to counter it out, sending Ayala down towards the low ground, going on the push, trying to stop this injection of enemy teams before it gets too complicated.
I mean, Ayala is just getting rushed right now. Marco's up on the high ground, was able to confirm Nico baiting him out there to try and take some shots at Ayala, but Ayala's a one-man wrecking crew right now. Brazilian Rampage, the jump shot does nothing. Ayala is untouched as Marco pushes in as well. Garcia's going to drop. 1 player left standing, and it's Lil Boy just out in the smoke. Team Queso looking like John Wick out here. Just absolutely disgusting play from them. They look so calm under pressure.
I was worried that Queso, while not having to move, would not have enough cover and would get shot from all these wide angles before anyone moved in. But no one's taking the shots. No one has the comfortable angles onto them because everyone else is still alive surrounding them, which is continuing to give Queso free raid, free control, free chaos working in their favor. Now HQA trying to send it in, and now Queso are up to 10 kills on the hold.
I mean, we are on track to see one of the highest kill games yet this season. Marco finally goes down, but they just sprayed entire teams, just wrecked them. Every person came in, and it was like the Spartans, the Hot Gates, 300. They held off everybody. I am blown away by how strong Team Queso is looking right now.
That's another one put in their pocket. I think B4 have 1 standing, but where can they go? Nitsumev already flexing out the entirety of Queso, actually spreading on this northern side now that it's been cleared of HQA, now that the circle has pushed in and given them the safety of the zone to work with. A good spray from Lil Boy. Gets a knock and a little bit of pressure, but this is where the angles come into play. Crossfire's reign king.
And Nitsume able to go over on the other side there. Did so much, because that's not where the team was originally posted up. But the problem was, where they were originally is now where this next circle is rotated, is now where Alpha 7 has taken over. So Team Queso was going to have to fight back through the territory that they conceded in order to get all of those kills. And we're up to 12 now for Team Queso. They are looking so solid, but they have their work still cut out for them, because Maxon is up on the outside. He is the fly in the ointment. He could be the one to disrupt all the plans of Team Queso, but at least they know he's there. And Ayala read my mind. He's like, you're right, Inverum. That could be the problem. So I'll just eliminate it right now.
3 versus 4. Final engagement. Alpha 7 also with 11 kills. We've been watching Queso because they've been in the middle of the fight of Team sending it directly on them, but Alpha 7 have picked up a lot of points from those sends as well. Grenades coming out from Axel from the high ground. That one looks good, but maybe it's just, okay, it was all right. Good amount of damage. But Swagman, I think, is going to be the real key factor here. Alpha 7 now trying to spread out, trying to match the line that Queso have managed. Axel finds one, but there it is. Swagman on the counterattack.
We're seeing Team Queso now trying to find the shots through the smoke. The vehicle is providing that little bit of cover, but Mitsume is pushing in, trying to find the shots, spraying and praying. Almost able to take him down, but he survives just a little bit longer. Alpha 7 holding on by a hair's breadth, but the team fire from Team Queso is just too good. And now it's just Swagwin and Senab. Senab is down. Swagwin was able to pick up one of the kills on a member of Team Queso, which makes it a 3v2 situation, assuming Senab can be picked up. What solid execution here from Team Queso, who are now up to 14 kills. And Ayala, he's scouting out. Cameron, he's trying to find this angle.
Slowed down a little bit. I'm surprised that they lost track of where the remaining Alpha 7 players were, but they're slowly getting their information back on their side. Spray from Swagwin. Can't find one, unfortunately, but he does find another. Trades back and forth. Swagwin down to 1 HP. But the 2 versus 1 push, they know exactly where he is.
Yep, Natsume almost able to take that full 2v1, but here comes the push from Team Queso. It all comes down to Swagman. He's able to get up the first day, but these are going to be the shots coming to fail, and that's just going to be it. GG, Team Queso saying, look, we lost first place coming into today, and we're not happy about it. Let's take that back.
G25 not in the game as well, so it's the perfect opportunity. They get themselves a bunch of points there. And Alpha 7 as well. They seem to be kings of that particular area of Erangel, despite only getting second place. But they, 2 teams, 2 single squads, soaked up so many points from that game.
I mean, 16 kills and 12 kills, I think, respectively. Yeah, they both did phenomenal in that game. Alpha 7 was a little bit worried. They took out Nova in that beautiful, almost beautiful 4v2 and 2. Lost one player, and I was like, I don't know, but they're able to rally and recover. And Jason, that's the hallmark of a great team. A team that can lose one early, but still make it into that final circle situation. They looked solid as well.
I mean, I'm super impressed that, like, again, as you said, Cameron, like how these 2 teams basically took every point in that lobby and said, no, mine, every kill they possibly could. But also we have a battle basically between our number 2 and number 3 place team, if I'm not mistaken. You got Team Queso, you got Alpha 7 there. Honestly, a fantastic way, I think, to start off our third day of week 3. But you know what, you two need to go take a quick little break. We decided to bring our analysts here to break down this last match, but we bring you guys back when we get into match 2 on Vikendi. 7 and Glitter. Honestly, what a crazy game. Like, where do we start, honestly? I don't even know. 7, tell me where you want to start.
Let me start with Team Queso. They did end up winning the match. At one point there towards the end, I looked over and they only had 2 kills. I was like, okay, well, hey, you know what? Maybe they're just working on their placement points right now. I started focusing on a completely different team. I started focusing actually on Brazilian Rampage, as we're talking about them. I look back at Team Queso, and all of a sudden I'm telling Glitter over here, they have 10 kills. Like, what? That's how quickly they were able to get those kills there towards the end. That's crazy, man.
Look at their healing, Glitter. 2,700 damage, and that healing is so low.
Honestly, though, you kind of saw why at the very, very end. They were crushing it with their angles. They literally had a team member from Queso in the most perfect position to take out everybody around them. Like, B4 was just going down like crazy to them. I mean, the whole, I don't know, that was just so well done by Queso, but we do see here the overall rankings for this map. Obviously, Queso in first place with 16 kills, and I believe, I'm not 100% sure because I didn't have time to double check, but I think this is their 4th 16 kill win. Specifically, like they mostly have gotten 16 kill wins every single time they pull down the chicken dinner, so it's insane. Alpha 7, though, another team that we've been talking about a lot that's been stepping up to the plate a ton. 12 kills in second place themselves, and then, you know, B4, 7, you called them out at the beginning of the show, and then all of a sudden they come out, get third place and 6 kills. I mean, keep doing that. Like, that's working.
we just gotta call out this teams. Another team that I also said that I wanted to see them step it up because they lost their 16 spots was XSET, and look at this, they're able to put up 10 points right there. Brazilian Rampage, one of those teams we were talking about at the beginning, being able to put up 10 points. Remember, the difference between Brazilian Rampage and BDM at the start of the day was only 14 points, 11 and 15 plays. So this is actually great here for Brazilian Rampage. You see Wildcard Gaming, hey, they weren't really the most amazing in regards to placement points, but being able to put up those 6 kills, that is huge for them in regards to points. The Unnamed, they're 6 points, helping Quit Addiction, another team that we were saying, hey, we don't want to see you anymore towards the bottom, towards the end there, last place. They're able to put up their 6 points as we're going to be going here towards the second page, and we see some surprises there in 19 Esports Glitter with 3 points.
Yeah, definitely. And then Loops, you know, also only with 3 points, only able to get 2 kill points, and then they go out pretty early. And Nova, we're going to be talking about them a little bit later, but Nova only able to pull down 2 kill points as they did go out very early on to Alpha 7, then Meta Gaming there with 1 point, Pittsburgh Knights with 1 point, and then BDM Esports, Execute, and Defeaters all with 0 points. And those are teams that definitely could have used them.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for a couple of those teams, especially we talked about BDM at the top of the show. We've been talking about Execute throughout the, I guess I could say, entire weeks, but it's now time to take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Feel moments. And I want to ask you two about your thoughts on something. If we looked at Wildcard's roster, we typically talk about on the weekend, they have their set 4 playing, right? Sam was missing, Leon was in. Now I wonder if we get to see him in the next game, is that strictly just because like Sam couldn't play the first match of the day or something? Or is this a new adaptation to the roster potentially? Do you have any thoughts on that, Seven?
For me, it could be that they're just maybe giving all of their players more playing time and trying to get ready for the finals, because I mean currently they are qualifying, right? Unless something crazy happened, they might not end up in the top 16. So I personally think it's just them trying to give all their players more playing time. And I know this is something that Execute was actually trying to do. I know this is something that when we started talking about tempo with J7, that's something that they also wanted to do, just give more playing time. And hey, if that sub ends up popping off, why not give him even more playing time? I don't think it's something that we're probably gonna end up seeing. I mean, if it happens the whole day, then I might actually start questioning it a little bit more. But here on the first game, at least for me, Glitter, I think it's just maybe trying to give more playing time to the other players.
Yeah, and we've talked about it a few times with other squads in general, like you were saying, Seven. It could also just be maybe them seeing which combinations work on different maps as well, because there is the possibility that some of these teams choose to use different players for different maps based off of their specialties or their own individual abilities. So there could be, you know, some strategy going into that we don't know about, or it could have just been a one-off, you know, one-day thing. So we'll have to see how it plays out today, but we saw some of those fights there with Wildcard onto Loops. That was really, really rough for Loops. I was surprised because, you know, I was hoping that maybe we could send them some of like the good vibes, Seven, when we were saying possibly they could get their first win on our first Erangel match of the day, but they definitely struggled a little bit here. And I don't think that I was necessarily expecting that. I was hoping that they could continue their performance from the first half of the week, as we do see some of the clips here towards the later half of the game. But I don't know. I'm still holding out hope for Loops, or at least personally I am, Seven.
You know what it is that we were praising them. We weren't really
True,
like...
we were.
When we talk good about teams, they're like, okay, you know what, we don't really have to push it. When we actually say, hey, they need to step it up, they end up doing it. So maybe the next one, when they ask us who we think Loops is going to win, I'm going to end up saying, no, they're going to end up in 16 plates with 0 points, and then they come out and get like a 20-kill first game win.
I feel like that's a lose-lose situation, because you're saying, you know, a team or a fan favorite team is like not going to win. Then you're going to say they're going to go out in 16, and then they do well. It's like, I feel like you lose on all floors there, Seven.
That's a lose-lose for me. Yeah, that's a lose-lose for me.
All right, let's take a look at our total damage now in that last match. I'm assuming we're going to see Queso, Alpha 7. They have to be up there at the very tippity top. And if they're not, I'm going to be a little bit sad considering how the game did play out. And you can see exactly there, Queso, wow. A7, number 1, number 2. But, you know, credit to 2 teams out there that stand out to me in red. XSET and Wildcard still having some really good damage done.
I'm happy with this right now. I'm happy. This is the second time now where, I mean, Queso almost hit the 3K damage mark first game out of the gate again, and we've only seen that a handful of times here. Alpha 7 with almost 2K damage to themselves, but like you said, XSET with almost 1,300 damage and 8 kills, Wildcard with over 1K damage and 6 kills, and I think those are teams that we've just watched kind of middle in the pack and not do anything too crazy. But the fact that they're able to come out that strong, because if they had gotten in even farther, their points would have been that much better. So if they could come out that aggressive in the first game, it could be a good day for them later on.
And speaking of good day, I mean, we got to talk about, again, the effect that having Queso and A7 soaking up so many points has on the entire lobby. I mean, seeing teams consistently winning games and consistently getting this many kills, it really makes it so the middle towards the lower hand side of the standings is even more condensed, even closer together, because they're not able to get as many points for themselves. And we're going to see actually top players here now coming up. And I'm almost assuming we're going to see 2 players from Alpha 7, 2 players from Team Queso, or maybe 3 players from Team Queso and Swagwin sneaking in there. Almost a full spree here for Team Queso 7.
Yeah, you know what's actually really good from Team Queso? One player that we haven't seen in a while that we've been talking about for a minute now, Nitsume. He's now being able to be back in the top players, being able to help out his teammates with Marco and Ayala. And remember, Marco in the previous day, he was one of the players that ended up dying first from that team. So this is great to see. And then Swagwin, I mean, what can we say about this player? Consistently, he has had top player performances, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. And I'm glad you mentioned that, what you just said, Jason, in regards to with Team Queso and Alpha 7 and all those teams that are currently in maybe top 4, taking up so many points, it's gonna leave everything a lot closer with Cloud9. Maybe Cloud9, whenever they do end up playing, maybe they'll have a chance to push up past the 9th place that they're currently on. And with Brazil and Rampage, they were in 11th place, maybe they'll have a chance to kind of pass that too. So those teams being so heavy and just dominating is definitely gonna help out a lot of stuff, as we are seeing here some of the Nitsume numbers.
Yeah, 10.5k damage, Glitter. I mean, it's also, to be fair, again, I just want to point out the damage received is still relatively high compared to everyone else. That means with how far that point goes out, he's actually close to being one of the players who's taken the most damage.
Yep.
Well, I mean, but I'm not that surprised, only because we've seen just how aggressive Queso has gotten over the past few days, that it's almost, I mean, they're bound to take more damage when they're literally just YOLOing into everyone. They have no fear at this point. It's almost scary, because you would think that there should be some point where they're like, maybe that's not the best engagement to take. And I feel like they have to have that thought, but their gun skill is so good right now that they can make those bad calls and still come out on top in the fights.
I mean, they're number 2 at the start of the day, and they're still able to take fights like this all week long now. But it's time to take a look at a clip you were mentioning before, Glitter, about Nova. I think we're going to see this clip right here. We're going to start to break it down for us.
Goats time? Yes, goats. It is goats now. As we're going to be seeing here, Alpha versus Nova. And this is something that Paul and Cameron were saying. The first breach here, it was beautiful. It was something that you kind of want to see out of a team. Alpha 7 played that perfectly. You have players there on the outside. You had, I believe it was Law, this player right here, throwing grenades towards the top, trying to maybe make the other players push up. And then you see Nova, the other 2 players from Nova, starting to come up. At this point, you know what? I'm going to let that just wait. I'm not even going to mention it yet. You're going to see Alpha 7 go upstairs, and they're going to end up getting those knocks. They're going to end up getting those finishes. I'm not sure exactly, Glitter, what Nova was thinking when they only saw V2 from Alpha 7 being knocked, and then you have 2 players right here from Nova starting to go for the push when you know you're going to be going up against all 4. Ultimately, what we would expect to see out of that, Glitter, we would expect him to just kind of run away, and I'm just going to let this play here.
Yeah, and I think we even heard the caster saying that, like, in that scenario, they were waiting for them to kind of back off and just salvage whatever they could out of this game. But instantly you see AZ right into the building, and G-Fan's not far behind. And we were watching this together, Seven, and we were both like, why are they making this push right now? There's no way that this will work out in their favor. I mean, they were able to get the res on V2, so it's not like it's a 2v4 situation, and you can see the mollies coming out, the smokes coming out, and it's just, at this point I was like, no, they gotta go, but you can just see A7 or sorry, AZ, I don't know why I said A7, probably because we're looking at them, but AZ is literally in the fray with 3 people surrounding him while G-Fan's kind of like on the wings. I wish I knew what they were trying to do, if they were trying to get angles or if they were just trying to pick up a few points here, maybe just kind of get in an early engagement to get themselves warmed up, but G-Fan is able to get a knock, and convert on that kill so that they do kind of make it a 1v3 situation, because at the same time he does that, AZ also gets knocked, but there was no chance for him to win that 1v3. His health was too low at that point. And I don't know, I just didn't understand the engagement, but one, we wanted to highlight it because it was a weird call on Nova's behalf. Two, we wanted to highlight it because
that player right there.
yeah, because of the fact that GFAM was able to take out Law. So the fact that they lost a player and then fast forward all the way to the end of the game, being in that 3-man up situation versus the 4 on Queso, if they hadn't lost that player from Nova, it could have been the difference in how the entire game turned out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Queso probably would have then gotten, 14 kills then instead of 16. Who knows what would have happened for them, but I don't think they care about 2 little points. But one thing we should all care about right now is the Esports Awards that are still going on until early November. You guys can make sure to vote for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. Just have to head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you select PUBG Mobile and make sure to get your votes in, because 7 is giving away 10 million UC to one lucky person who votes for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to take some screenshots, make sure to be able to prove that you did vote, and hit him up on Instagram at the 7WG. Now, in the meantime, we're going to head to a short break, but when we come back, we'll be going with our second match of the day over on Vikendi. So we'll see you guys soon.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For their combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, with our first game finished, and with you, as you can see, our commentators right here, that means our second game is about to kick off. So we take a look at the schedule of another time, if I can get my words out. But what I can't tell you, it's Vikendi coming up next here. So we'll see how this is going to break down, as we're going to have Group A and Group B playing with Group C now sitting out. So we get to see Queso if they can maintain momentum from before. We get to see now G25, Cloud9, Ace1. We get to see a lot of teams that we're expecting some big things from get their first match today. Now, Cameron, going into this first game, after the last one, I would feel like, Queso, I want to say they should be a clear leading team here in this match. However, the amount of times we've seen teams taking chicken dinner in one game and then the exact next game they get 0 points, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, especially with the way that Vikendi plays, you compare that to the way that Queso plays, it's not necessarily the best map for them on paper, and we've seen G25, their current, rival at the top, perform well on this map before, so we'll see, but I don't know. They're going to go into it ready to fight if anyone looks at them, no matter what. So it doesn't matter what we say, they're going to play their style either way.
Yeah, and honestly, in Variant, we've been talking a lot about the Battle of Brazil, who's the king of Brazil when it comes to Ace1 and loops. But we also got to talk about who's king of Argentina right now, because you have G25 and Team Queso both from that country as well. And this team, G25, has had a little bit of a letdown from the first week to the second, albeit who is ever going to expect them to get another 200 points in a week. But I think for me, this is an important match to see what kind of form they're in.
I agree for sure. And not every player is from Argentina, so we should note that, but the majority are for both teams, which I would agree. And yeah, in terms of the teams from LATAM who are really looking to rep here, I agree. Those are definitely the 2 squads to look out for. G25 though, I want to see it. I want to see them step up big here today. I want to see some week number 1 vibes as we get into this first game.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously, like I said before, like they scored 110 points less between week 1 and week 2. It doesn't mean they played terribly. They still scored like 110 points, which is more than a majority of players. They actually finished, I believe, 7th overall in week 2 compared to every other team. But the thing is, for me, and something we've always been talking about when it comes to PUBG Mobile, is like, when do you peak in the tournament? G25, I got to interview Cordobez, actually one of their subs over the weekend, over the week, and he was saying how specifically in scrims, they were not trying. They were specifically trying to give this false sense of, oh, we're a weak team. And then week 1, they come out the gate swinging, and almost every team I talked to was like, yeah, we never expected G25 to perform this well. So now that they've kind of given that one up, I'm a little bit worried if they can still maintain some sort of upward momentum going into finals. But we're going to head into the game, so let's drop straight in.
Absolutely, yes. We're getting right into it. We're getting into the action here. Game number 2 on Vikendi. Cameron, let's get things started. Vikendi, I talk about how much I enjoy casting this because of how chaotic it can be, but that also sometimes means that we don't necessarily appreciate all the stellar plays that happen at the end because so many crazy fights are happening all at once. So I'm kind of hoping for these teams that we see more like we did in game number 1, more early fights so that we don't have 14 teams in the 5th circle.
Yeah, we see the circle. It's actually a lot of open area. There are a lot of clusters of compounds on that, but already Influence Rage. Not a great start for them. But while we do have a moment in the early game, I have to respond. You could tell on my face that I was reacting to the news that Jason told us about G25 not intentionally not trying in scrims. That is a risky play because that means that you're potentially teaching yourself bad habits, but that also means that they're not adjusting their play style to how any other team plays, unless, of course, they're just using scrims as like information, and they have this great way of then bringing that information into their gameplay in like a mental sort of on paper way, because so much of this game is about actually doing it, and of any competition is about actually doing it. The fact that they were able to synthesize that information that they gathered immediately into week 1 is, I think, shocking and really surprising.
And the thing I think too is maybe like not trying isn't necessarily what they were doing there. I think maybe a little lost in translation. I feel like for some of these teams, they use scrims as an opportunity to try new things, not necessarily their main strategies. Exactly. I mean, it's really what they're all about. So maybe that's more of what they're discussing there. Trying, maybe we'll split these 2 players together playing more as a duo, or maybe we'll try, running more as 4, or these types of rotations, going in early, playing the edge, and maybe, while that wasn't necessarily consistent for what their play is like overall, so it still surprises other teams, it's an opportunity for them to go, actually, you know what? That works pretty well. Let's bring that into our toolkit. Let's bring that into our playbook. And maybe why one of the reasons that G25 had so much success early on, because they had so many variable options for them to use.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how they perform this time around. Let's get back into the game at hand itself. We already saw XSET grabbing a central position in the circle, one of the few teams that is actually in the first zone, because I don't know if we saw the plane path on broadcast, but it was actually very, very southern focused, in stark contrast to how north this circle is. So we're seeing a lot of people surrounding the Volnova area all the way up to Castle, and we're going to see a bunch of these fights. But this one's actually still in the circle. XSET, they found the one team that they can run up against, and of course it's Queso.
There are literally 2 teams in this circle. There are only 2, and they found each other. They both identify with the strongest compound in Babasumev up on the high ground. He's going to be able to do so much work here. But Joey trying to take that position back. They just traded out. What is happening right now is Joey's trying to chase him down. And is actually able to do so, but BDM at range. BDM are also here. How? What? Where did they come from?
It's like that one story about back in the late 1800s, only 2 vehicles in the entire state of Ohio, and they got into a car wreck against each other. Yeah, exactly. This is the same situation. This reminds me just about that. And the way that Joey got knocked again!
No!
What is happening here? And the way both those teams took that initial fight, they knew that whoever was gonna die was going to die. You saw them just throw all 4 bodies at each other. And because of that, XSET are a lot wounded that they otherwise might have been, and BDM, they are taking full advantage of this, except for the rock. That would have been such a great send.
Well, that's the opportunity for Juicy to get some shots down. Rafa is going to play anchor as the three members push on in. They are going to be able to get the res up onto Joey, but the damage onto Juicy is here. That's the jump shot around the corner. Duck is able to get it. An XSET short-lived victory. Well, maybe short-lived as Nico is trying to run for it, bringing the vehicle back over. The Molotov's going to go in the building, and Nico is just saying, we're getting out of here. Abort mission. And I'm not sure if it's going to be successful, but it is.
Look how low the vehicle is. Thankfully, there are no other teams in this part of the circle. INTZ are on the West Coast, that is it. So they could go wherever they want as a retreat, and they should be fine. Do they know that? Not entirely sure about that. But they actually get out. What a ridiculous early chain of events. What did I just tell you before this game started, Paul? Vikendi. It starts off slow, and then at phase 3, it suddenly gets chaotic. This one.
What did I say, Cameron? I said I wanted early fights so that we wouldn't see 14 teams in the 5th circle. And kind of answered. I also figured out what the problem was. I looked towards the minimap, and all three, BDM, XSET, and Team Queso were like the same color. So at a glance, I was like, yeah, there's like 2 teams there. No, there wasn't. They're all very slightly different shades of red. And yeah, red on the snow. That's a bloody start.
At least the players don't have to deal with that.
That's true. That's true. Gosh, sometimes I feel... Imagine trying to be a colorblind commentator in this game. That would be just really difficult. Oh, my goodness. The worst. Cat? Hey, Cat, what are you... You okay there, Cat? You're kind of... Where's your team, Cat?
It's Nova.
I mean, you say that like it's an answer, and I guess it is, but also, yes.
It's not an answer for it's an answer to us for why it's happening. It's not necessarily an answer for why, like, their thoughts.
It's an answer of why it's happening. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you're telling me why it's happening, but you're not telling me...
Tell me why
it's happening. I mean, look, all I know is Wildcard G25 are already here. They are on the southwestern portion of the circle, and this is where, by that playing path, a lot of teams are going to be rotating in. So them getting in early means we're going to be seeing a lot of those kind of shots going back and forth on the drive-by. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. But the rest of the teams, Cameron, I wonder if we can pull up the map here in a second. There's this exodus happening all the way around the northeastern part of the island. All of these teams avoiding the congestion in this area and going all the way around. So we'll see if those teams have any success, or if we're going to see even more scraps around Cosmodrome, because they know, they look at the map, they look at the playing path, they know where teams drop, but they're all trying to avoid it in the same way, which means they don't avoid it at all.
Yeah, it's the weird domino effect that this game has. Sometimes there's so many teams all involved, and yes, here's a shot of Klaze, one of the last teams to be making this rotation. But just as there's a bunch of teams around that Wildcard G25 Cloud9 area, this is where the other half of the not circle drop teams are going up around this Cosmodrome area, and it is the safest river to cross because these teams all have to cross some river, which is why they're making this rotation around. But as you mentioned, when so many teams go in the same direction, are they going to end up fighting each other? Unnamed, they drove up here to loot initially, which means that while they're still looting a little later than everyone else because they had to drive initially, it gives them an opportunity for a couple of shots. Q not finding too many of them to land, not getting a kill just yet. But what does Klaze do with this information? There are more unnamed players up ahead of them on this rotation.
There are indeed. Raven is here. Might be taking some pot shots as Klaze is going to drive right on by. Raven trying to get the down, not quite able to get that spray under control. And Klaze is going to be able to go by without going down, and that's huge. Because what they can do is they can just get into this next circle, Cameron, and then they can post up because they passed the Unnamed. Unnamed didn't expect anybody to go past them. They thought they'd be the last ones in. But Rambote, hang on. Ooh, driving is hard. Oh, he's lost a tire too. That's actually kind of a big deal.
It is. Luckily, they have enough vehicles there that if one of them can go pick them up, even if they don't find a new one on this rotation, because as we mentioned, most of these teams looted down on the south side, so the loot up here, the resource up here should be pretty good. Q's still taking these shots. But now Klaze, successful rotation, made their way in, successful retrieval of their teammate, but now they still got to figure out where exactly they're going to go. Luckily, the northeast area is pretty free because the south is still really stacked. Really stacked.
Yeah. Really stacked. These are the two areas. These are the two areas of contention that I was talking about down here towards the southwest, and with Wildcard, just trying to take shots. Tempo Storm also trying to take shots. Any team that rotates in, you're going to have to deal with somebody here. And we talk about these circles. It barely moves at all. I mean, they're going to have to scooch like a lil. Just like a lil. You're not have to go very far at all. So for these teams, they're still just going to continue to go back and forth here because look dead center of the circle, Cameron. West of Goroka, outside of Dobro. It's a field.
Yeah.
It's a field. So teams, like, that's the last resort. Teams do not want, it's not Paradise Resort, it's the last resort. You do not want to send it there early. There are a couple compounds on the outside, but I'm worried that we're just going to see, what you call it, donut? Those donut circles where it's just all these teams on the outside, and it is just going to be absolute chaos in this next circle rotation.
Oh, it's chaos right now because Cloud9 are leaving their compound in order to chase some teams down. Tempo Storm are still in the process of moving into where exactly they want to go. We saw their initial location. It was a bit weak. They got a shot at it a little bit, tried to find a new one. Cloud9 tried to deter them with the send out into a vehicle, which is, with this many teams on the south side, quite risky, but they don't overextend it. They don't send it too far away from their main compound, and they come back not too much worse for wear. But Tempo also arriving in this location, all four in this compound. Cloud9, the defense was not successful in that aspect. And so instead, it's going to be trading shots back and forth across the compounds, as you usually see during this time of Vikendi rounds.
I mean, all in this area. We got Nova, we got Wildcard, we got Tempo, we got C9, we got XSET. It's the Battle of North America right here. All of these teams are oh so close. But LATAM just out there on the outside with G25 and Meta and Ace. So definitely be keeping an eye on this spot. The North has sort of settled out a little bit. Teams were able to find their way in without too much trouble, which means we can focus in on this southern side. And Cameron, this is going to be where things slow down. Teams are trying to measure the pace, gather intel, because really, it comes down to this next circle and the one after that. Those are where things are going to start to hard shift, and we could potentially see a lot of teams getting caught on these rotations, all still just jockeying a little bit, but it's slow, it's steady, it's measured.
Unnamed moving in, actually getting quite center considering they came in behind everyone else. But the high ground that they had, I'm assuming they were able to get some information, then just make a judgment call on where it was free, and they were able to find a compound just on the outskirts of that field that you were talking about. And toward the north are all the teams that they saw rotate past them. So they might be able to put themselves in a position to try and gatekeep them out, but at this state in the game, those opportunities are a little more, let's just wait and see. Maybe someone comes this way, maybe someone doesn't. At this point, all these teams are just waiting for phase number 3, because as you mentioned, phase 2, it kind of just looks like phase 1.
Yeah, it really doesn't look all that different. All I know is that Telly, he's got a big old bolt action, is able to find Q there. Not quite connecting onto that headshot, but nice shot with that Car 98. Oh, so loud, and I love the fact that we still have some players, at least at this stage of the game, that are willing to try and pull the bolt action and find these shots, because you're not going to get the kill. What you are going to do, though, is you're going to break armor, you're going to waste meds, and that can make a world of difference in these drawn-out fights that we do often see on the mid-game here on maps like Vikendi.
He wants more of this. So we do see the circle shift. It's definitely a lot bigger of a shrink, though, not a significant factor. It's not going to suddenly force all these teams into a fight if it weren't for the fact that the playable areas, the powerful areas, are really dwindling down because that big giant field is still a factor, is still in play. We might be seeing my favorite breakfast, a donut. Not really, donuts are bad for you. Don't eat empty carbs that are just full of sugar. If you're going to have carbs, have full whole wheat carbs. But that's enough of my TED talk. These teams, especially on the north side, are really gonna have to push in. The teams on the south that we saw earlier don't have to move all that much. A couple of them on the edge, like Nova and Meta, might want to, but here really it's the teams here, Klaze and 19, that they have to push in. And this is where the Unnamed's position, where Tribe's position could really come big.
Yeah, they are. I love this decision from the Unnamed. Driving. I love this decision from the Unnamed to just get in a little bit earlier, despite the fact that they were the ones behind. They compensated for that by really, they wanted to play gatekeeper. That was really what the plan was for them, and now they're going to do that. They're actually moving dead center into the circle, though, into this open field that I was talking about. You can see it there on your screen, and they're just going to try to take over the defilades, the little bit of soft cover that's out there, but there's not a lot. And here I was going complimenting their positioning, but this is going to be fine for now.
For now, yeah.
Once teams start to rotate in, they are going to be able to be shot from so many different directions. Oh, man.
The expectation for them and we'll see if it comes true or not, is that it's a bowl, the ridges will give them a bit of cover, the trees will give them a bit of cover, and they will just be watching everyone else fight each other around them. But over here, teams are already fighting. It's Tribe, they didn't send it, and then they start on the outside, and BDM pushed into them?
No. I think both teams tried to take over this compound. Telly just sent it, though. Telly was way on his own. I'm kind of surprised, because again, Telly's an aggressive player, it's his back, but that seems a little bit uncharacteristic there. I wonder if they just straight up didn't know there was somebody here, which is surprising given where we are in the circle. But BDM played that really, really well. Wins a simple 1v1, because BDM is split. Like, if Neto had lost that fight, that was the opening the Tribe needed. But now, Tribe have been stymied. They are up here on this high ground, and they're going to have teams coming in. Influence Rage is going to be behind them. BDM's in front of them. Depending on how the circle shifts, Cameron, they could be in for some trouble.
As you mentioned, they do have high ground, and I think they're in an area that they could fight reasonably well, but they are going to have to be in a fighting mood for the rest of this round and physically, I mean virtually physically, carve a space for themselves in the circle compared to teams like INTZ, like BDM even, like XSET, who can just sort of hang out in these compounds and wait for the circle to sort of give them the direction of where they need to focus their efforts at.
Yeah, because Tribe knows. Tribe knows there's players behind them. They hear the vehicles from Influence Rage. Influence Rage have heard the shots themselves. So they are well aware of what is going on. As we take a look at this next circle shift, heading in towards Dobro, more so, there's still a decent amount of this field in play. And a lot of these teams are already in position. The small leapfrog work that teams have been doing, going from one compound, scouting, next compound, scouting, next compound, scouting, which is sort of, which is sort of been the style we've seen for a lot of these teams. It is working out because most teams don't have to shift all that much. I'm actually really impressed, Cameron. I feel like the macro play we've been seeing from these teams as a whole over the last few weeks is definitely improved.
Not to say that some teams don't have to shift, and not to say that some teams that don't have to aren't going to want to shift, get closer in, but that field, it's the elephant in the room. It's a big, giant, open strip in the center of the circle. Oh, but G3 here's that fight that we were talking about. Influence Ray trying to push in. This peek over, gets the information, but now G3, he is being surrounded. Where is the rest of Tribe? Where is his support?
Yeah, G3's going to be able to try and back up, reset a little bit. He totally whiffed those first few shots. A down there to start this off would have been massive. And NTX trying to line up the nade, trying to lob it out and around. And G3's going to walk not quite into it. That other tent, so strong. What is that canvas made out of? Seriously. Canvas made out of canvas. Anyway, we are going to see Merlovsko potentially go on a little bit of a flanking run here. And instead, Influence Rage is just going to back up and try and reset this. I think they're realizing they are not in the circle here. Tribe can just play gatekeeper. There is no reason to take this fight, Cameron, and that's what I'm talking about. That is such a smarter decision to make. They only have 3 players. They don't know they're fighting into a team that only has 3, or maybe they do. But in any case, they still have time and availability to shift, so they're going to do it. But 2 teams that don't have to shift because they're already in the circle or just deciding to fight anyway. It's the Unnamed and Klaze. Klaze, who had a stellar day on Wednesday. Absolutely phenomenal. Let's see if they can continue that momentum.
A couple of knocks, a lot of grenades coming out from Unnamed. 2 down for Klaze. And the safety that I was talking about of Unnamed's position was assuming that they would be center. It was the assumption there. And so now that Klaze actually have the ability to straight push into this open area, means Unnamed need to go big in order to defend their position, and they're doing that with the grenades, with the shots, trying to isolate another.
Nice.
Seba gets knocked. That's 3 down for the Unnamed.
I mean, he knew he was behind that rock through the smoke. That was a perfect blame by Q. Wow, the game sense there right on through the smoke, but the shots came back, but it doesn't even matter as the Unnamed is just slowly going down, or taking him down, I should say, as Klaze is just down to Orlando. Ran on the outside is here, and the last man standing for Klaze Esports could be one of the next team out, and that's just going to be it. Ran is there, and they get it done.
Watch out. XSET are also going to be on the push. The circle does shift away from them again. Medium to hard shift towards the southwest. We've seen, this is the actual farm field east of Dobro that the game is going to be ending on. Now XSET have to push in through the Unnamed, but do the Unnamed stay around or do they move over here? They're 19, they're moving in. BDM pulled away from Critchas quite earlier, even before we saw the INF Tribe engagement. And they're trying to reset, but the push from 19 is coming. They're trying to isolate this shack.
And that's just Asta going off right there. Full send for the team.
Oh, here's the rest of BDM.
Yeah, but BDM crashes into the back of this as well. Doc is here trying to make the best. No! Tricks pulling out the greatest trick of all. Those were so many missed shots. So many missed shots there from BDM. They had the advantage, but now INTZ is not going to let this last for too much longer. We are going to see them coming up over this hill, and 19 Esports is stuck. Jacup in the back. The shots from Poly connect. That was the key member. Everybody else for 19 Esports is just in the shack camera. Poly landing those shots because there is no other player in position to help them out. Trix is on fire, literally, figuratively. Hopefully not literally anymore, as they are finding the shots back. It's Tribe Gaming coming in with the third party.
INTZ, they just needed a couple of grenades in that shack and it would have been over for 19. But I guess they didn't have them in their inventory ready to go, which is a huge loss going in towards the late game. But Darius still trying to find the information, pulling back. Trying to dodge a grenade, I suppose. And here comes the extended push from 19.
Yeah, I don't love this decision here. They are able to take down one member of 19, though. Trix is going to fall, and it is a third party from Influence Rage. It's not even INTZ. They had 3 members in that shack. No nades came on through. I am so surprised by that. And 19 Esports is slowly going down as they are getting shot from a ton of different angles at once. But for whatever reason, INTZ is pulling back. This is giving them a slight breath. Trix is going to bleed out here. I don't think there's any chance they're going to be able to get this res, which means there's only 2 members of 19 Esports left in Cameron. Look at this hard shift again. It's gone entirely the other direction, but G25 is still up in it. Akito's going to go down, though, as Mafioso and crew are actually going to win that exchange. The Tommy on point-blank range, as G25 is trying to take over. They play this game a lot slower, a lot more surely, but Wildcard is also here in this compound. As Unico is up, trying to gather intel for the team. Nice movement there from Mafioso to dodge at the grenades. But my question here is, Cameron, what will Wildcard do?
I think they're going to want to push in. This is a good opportunity for them to do so. They know that no one is at their back, and they can try and take advantage of this chaotic situation. G25 are slowly stopping the bleeding. But no, it's another drop down, another full kill found through the smoke.
Mafioso just looking so solid. Heard the footsteps out in the smoke. Now Elox is in a rough spot, but Wildcard is his ever-present threat, and there's only 3 members up here for Ace. That's why I asked the question, what is Wildcard going to do? They are going to come in and try and third-party this, but this is going to be absolute chaos. Bedlam is 3 teams scrapping over what is going to be one of the most powerful compounds in the circle. Acer's priming the grenade. Going to try and lob it on out. Window sills are hard. Okay, oh boy. All right, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. Okay.
Here's a shot at the circle on the right side. You can see just how wild this area is to play, because this is the last compound in the circle. To the east is that big rock foundation that we've seen east of Dobro before. No one's fully engaging into that maze just yet, but this fight is still continuing here. G25, Zedalox trying to survive, really. Sim Quinto left, trying to make something from this position, and the something is really just being safe. Smoke's coming out to stop the potential third-party angle. I think they're just waiting for Wildcard. They should know that someone else is pushing in from the outside, waiting for Wildcard to help them sort of dislodge Ace.
And that's really what it is, because the second Ace turns in one direction, that is the opportunity for the rest of the teams to go in, but there's still so much action happening on the outside. Influence's Rage is going to go down. INTZ is in shambles, but Darius is trying to hold on for the team as 19 Esports is pushing in. Asta and Darius. Asta with the perfect timing on that reload. They've got to try and move in, but Cameron, the blue is ticking away as all these teams are dropping. I talked about having 14 teams in Circle 5. We had 13 in Circle 6, but now, finally, they are starting to go down. Metagaming at the best of that one, not taking too many fights, playing on the outside, but the play zone is still doing its work. And the Unnamed, with their early rotations still up and in this. Cloud9 and Tempo on the outside with Tribe here as well, but they are completely split. But it comes down to this compound fight still, as Wildcard slowly and surely are trying to make their way in. Acer is playing point. The rest of the team looking to back him up, but Mafioso has been the dom of this building. He's not letting anybody take over. He's like, this is the boss. I'm the boss. This is my territory. Let's go.
Ooh, you could see G25 had to put a little of their resources, their attention towards the north, where Meta came in, the 2 survivors of that northwest engagement. Mafioso tries to leave, gets 1 knock, but gets traded out, and Acer finds the second. That is 2 down for Ace at the moment, and they're getting the revive onto Leon. And so they're not in the circle anymore, but they're slowly taking control of this area, clearing their space, clearing their back. Spring gets found. That's huge.
That's huge. I mean, down by G25, confirmed by Ace. That was absolutely massive. As Cardozen is now trapped on the inside, nowhere to go. But that is going to be the end for G25. And it's Meta with the 5th party to go on in to line this one up, as Wildcard is slowly going to choke out Ace 1. And with that dream, I said, hey, trying to be the boss of this compound, trying to take it over. Other teams looking to try and pay that protection money, but it's not going to be the case here. Ace will eventually go down on the inside there, as Wildcard is just holding on, slowly looking to make sure that there's nobody at their back. But the rest of these teams on the northern side of the circle, Cameron, we cannot forget about this. Look at how many teams are still left, and it's all about these shots through the trees. Who can hit them?
Yeah, Wildcard, they can't make it in. Yes, they won, quote-unquote, Cardozen's still alive, but they won the fight in that compound. But any future push is being demolished by not just Meta, but Nova inside the circle. Cardozen trying to heal strat on the outside behind the door.
No.
Not gonna land. The Blaze Zone's taking out so many people. Leon finds one. Leon finds Meta, but is now suddenly found by Nova. Only 2 kills. But it seems that Cat's wild rotation in the early game does find them positioned in the end game.
And speaking of endgame position, who do we expect to see here? Of course, it's Cloud9, known for clutching out these final circle situations, known for being able to keep all 4 members alive and doing well, getting their points, getting their kills in the late game. But Nova Esports is here as well. They've got a little bit of hard cover to play with, and GFan playing on the outside, keeping eyes on G3 from Tribe. And it's all about North America. All about North America in this final few circles. Cameron, but Tempo Storm, they're burning up, but not in the good way.
Yeah, they're able to survive this long. We saw that they were one of the teams that struggled the most coming in from the south area. That would make the late game a little bit, but the Tribe trying to push in, gets a knock, but immediately traded by Rain on the off angle. And during this entire engagement...
What? G3? G3? That kill feed is still going, G3! What? That nade just killed all of Cloud9! And that completely, in an instant, changes what this circle looks like, what this fight looks like, because now it's down to Nova and Tempo. Tribe gets eliminated as well, and in an instant, the team that could have been in position to win it all is done. One grenade from the team that immediately goes out changed the entire face of this final circle.
I'm having to do some mental gymnastics here to figure out where we stand right now, because that play by G3 completely changed everything. And I think this play of running into a Molotov is going to change a lot of things for Tempo Storm. They don't have many opportunities because the blue is pushing in, and Nova is keeping the Vice grip tight on their chances of stealing this game away. But Rain running out into the blue, perhaps trying to deny the point, perhaps trying to find some opportunity, but they do get eliminated, and Nova, off the back of I don't know what, win game number 2.
I think Tribe just gave Nova a little bit of a gift, a little bit of a parting gift there at the end, because as a dying action, G3 wipes the entire squad of Cloud9, who were clustered together on the edge of that circle. Tempo Storm had an affinity for Molotovs there at the end. I mean, it was either go down to the blue or go down to the molly, so I guess I kind of understand the thought process there. But Nova, only 6 kills. They played that a little bit slower. They took smarter fights, but it was the teams that were really looking to get aggressive. They just ended up cannibalizing each other, and that's just Vikendi in a nutshell. I thought for sure that Ace was going to be able to hold on there. The way Wildcard was pushing in, the hesitation that they showed, I was a little bit hesitant there, and I got to give props to G25 for surviving, but in the end, it was Nova, the team we weren't talking about, that ended up going clutch. And Jason, I mean, NA showed up at the end.
Yeah, it's just, it pains me to see NA fighting NA like that. Just, it reminds me of the good old Civil War back in the days. It's a shame to see, like, for instance, Cloud9 have that many players, don't give me those looks, those many players alive, literally waiting to spring their trap at the very end of the game, and then one nade comes through and ruins their entire match for them because they had 2 kills before that moment. You know what? Whenever analysts come in and talk about this, and hopefully not giving me less looks than you two are giving me after talking about how that kind of felt. Let's bring him in. 7 and Glitter. There we go. 7, I mean, that's just his normal face. Yeah, that was really weird. Cloud9, like I was keeping track of them. They had 2 kills, and I'm like, okay, they got 4 alive. They're into the later stage of the game. They're going to pounce on every single person when they have a chance. I think they got in a little bit of a skirmish with Tempo even before then. And then one nade just ruins that entire plan. And look at this. You see them. Yeah, they still get 5th overall with 10 points, but that could have been so many more points for them.
Yeah, that could have been. And they were in
nade.
such a good position, too. Like, not the best position, obviously, because they ended up dying. But if they would have been able to survive a little bit longer and some of the other teams just to fight it out, I think they would have ended up with a lot more kills than just 2. Nova Esports, though, Glitter, I'm going to let you take this one because this is one team that in the last match we were saying we wanted to see more out of them. And guess what? We jinxed them in a good way.
That's what I'm saying. I think we're like the reverse curse now because we called Nova out, especially after highlighting that play on Telestration about maybe questioning their decisions. And then next thing you know, next game comes up and they end up pulling down the win with 6 kill points. That's going to be huge for Nova. But Tribe, 8 kills and still getting 3rd place for those overall placement points. That's huge for Tribe Gaming, especially because like they were one of those teams that we've kind of questioned them a little bit. They've been up, they've been down, they haven't been able to maintain. So this is a good game for Tribe. Tempo able to get a ton of placement points. Not too aggressive this time around, but still a good chunk that will definitely keep them on that first page. The Unnamed is up here yet again with 5 kills and 6 placement points to their name. Cloud9, like you said, probably could have had a lot more kills, you know, but they did get the 2 kill points and 8 placement points, so that will definitely be good for them. Wildcard being aggressive yet again with 5 more kills and 4 placement points, and then somehow 19 Esports is snuck in there, and Meta Gaming with 7 and 6 points respectively.
19 Esports heard us talking about them there at the beginning of the show, saying, hey, bottom 3 teams, you need to step it up. Guess what? They're starting to. XSET, one of the teams that didn't have one of the best matches previously, guess what? They were able to get 4 kills, and they ended up squad wiping Team Queso while getting third party by BDM Esports. And this is something that Jason was saying. We have seen it over and over again, where the teams that end up winning usually end up either with 0 points or 1 point. Guess what? Team Queso just kind of proved that they're in 15th place with just 1 point. G25 with 2 points. INTZ with 2 points. Influence Rage, another team that we have seen them go crazy at times in regards to kills. They were only able to get 2 kills right there. And BDM Esports, one of those teams that kind of needs the points that we talked about at the beginning of the show, with only 2 points during that last match.
I also kind of feel for G25 in some aspect of that one too, because they kind of put themselves in a good position. They were out near like Garoka, and they actually rotated clockwise to Dobro, like away from every other team to get somewhere safe. They were really having a tough time of getting into one of these zones. And then the fact is they ended up pushing up against Ace1 and getting locked outside of a house. And that's kind of unfortunate for them because they didn't have a locksmith, they didn't have the right key, and they weren't able to really progress further on into that one considering how long they did survive. Let's take a look though at our Mountain Dew game feel moments of the last match and maybe start to talk about some of these. I'm assuming right off the bat we're going to be seeing the fight we were just talking about here, 7, with XSET up against Queso. I'm assuming it's going to be in there. It has to.
I guess first, you know what? We're going to get 19 Esports just getting an easy kill right there at the get-go. Love seeing those. And this is what I was talking about. You see XSET fighting with Team Queso, and then you also have BDM Doug, which is actually one of the persons with a lot of kills in that team, trying to get opportunistic, trying to get those kills. Luckily for XSET, they were able to finish that kill, and they were able to get away with Joey somehow. I know we were watching that fight there for a second, Glitter, and Joey had maybe like 5 HP. If somebody would have just sneezed on him, that man would have went down, okay?
It really was. It was so close. Too soon, man. But honestly, it was a pretty clutch escape. They were able to survive a little bit longer because of it, and it's way better to have 2 members up than 1. So kudos to them for sneaking their way out of there. 19 Esports, though, we were just talking about them. They were able to get there on the first page, and mostly because they were able to pull down 6 kills. I mean, that's a ton for 19 Esports, especially when we see them struggle a little bit. And I think it was actually partially because of the fight that we just saw pop up here in the moment, 7.
Yeah, sorry, I was just getting distracted there because the telestration that we got for you coming up, it's going to be absolutely
it's going to be good.
Fire.
Yeah, it's going to be really good.
We have Ace there getting it. Ace ended up with 3 kills. Remember, this is one team that we have seen them go from 0 kills, 0 points, placement points as well. So it's good to see them starting to at least get some points there. INTZ, I think here on this last match, they ended up with just 2 points, only 1 kill. And I think that was the 1 kill right there that Darius was able to kind kind of secure for that team as the zone was going to take them out. And it's something that I've actually been seeing here that we kind of saw in the last match, and I wanted to talk about as we do see Acer here getting into some fights, is we have seen certain players not go for finishes when the point is right there, Glitter. And it really didn't happen as much this round, but it's still stuck in my head from the previous match where I seen like it's an easy point. It's an extra point that can definitely go a long way, and some teams just decide not to take it.
Yeah, I think we were especially questioning why I think it was Swagwin at the end of the last match didn't go for at least one extra point on Queso when he got a knock, because he had a really nice knock there at the end. But we do see the final moments here between Nova and Tempo, and we do need to give Nova a little bit more credit. They were able to bounce back really well from a rough first game, so I mean, very, very happy for them.
But now the question is, will they get a 0-point game in their next match? Now we're going to take a look at our total damage. We can't curse teams this often, or I feel like, you know, we're kind of doing disservice to all of them out there. We can see now our damage on the screen, and it's actually going to be pretty interesting. Funny enough here, Glitter. I mean, we see like a good amount of damage from pretty much every team.
And I wasn't sure how the damage was going to shake out, but the kills also kind of looked pretty evenly spread, right? You can see here that Nova had 6, Tribe had 8. Tons of damage coming out of Tempo. They weren't able to convert on any of it, as they are the highest in the lobby damage-wise. But you see, I mean, 5 kills on Unnamed, 5 kills on Wildcard, 4 on Meta, 6 on 19 Esports down there at the bottom. I feel like this is pretty fair across the board. I mean, even with only 3 kills, Ace 1 still almost at 1k damage, 19 Esports at 1k damage. Everybody they got in some pretty decently early engagements, and then they kind of just continued fighting throughout the rest of the match.
See, I feel bad for Tempo there. They had like, what, like 1,500 damage, and was that like 1 kill?
Only 1. And
then same thing for Cloud9. They had like 1,200 damage and 2 kills. I mean, that feels bad, honestly, for me. But you know what doesn't feel bad is this segment we're about to come up with here, talking about a certain fight that happened in the beginning of the game. You probably don't need me to tell you who it was or what it was, because we're going to see it right now, Seven.
Yeah, you are. And you know what? For the first clip, I'm going to give you a treat. I'm going to give you something that not all of us got a chance to see. And that's going to be our boy right here, G3, just cooking up that hot potato. And he knows what's about to happen. And the reason why I kind of stopped it here is because if you're able to see at this point, G3 ended up knocking a player from Cloud9, and he knows that they're going to try to revive him. And the grenade this man is able to throw. Like, look at that. This is something that like we used to see back in PMPL all the time with footballers. This is kind of what it reminded me of. And then you just see the grenade go off, and everybody from Cloud9 absolutely disappears. So that's why G3, you know what, you get some confetti. But we're not done yet. We're gonna now go back to the other clip that I wanted to showcase here between XSET and Team Queso. And the reason why I kind of wanted to showcase this, besides the fact that we've been talking about how if you get a win, you end up getting probably 0 or 1 point in the next match, is how aggressive XSET has been here. This is something that goes along the lines with what Juicy's been saying, is that they want to be a little bit more aggressive. They want to get into the later on the match. But as you're able to see right there, Nico ends up getting knocked, and it's not by anybody in Team Queso. It's actually going to be by Duck. This is something I was kind of pointing out to you guys, that we're starting to get third party there. It was bad placement, but overall XSET was able to win the engagements, and they were able to squad wipe. And I think this is good for that team, because remember, Glitter, at the start of the day, this team had pretty much like they're outside the top 16, and I feel like this might be a confident boosters going up against one of the top teams, going up one of the most confident teams in the lobby right now.
Yeah, I mean, the shots that came out of Joey as he was jumping off of the roof, it was a risky play on XSET's part. It definitely was massive for not only the points that they got, because they did get a few, but of what it does to the lobby. We really need to be considering what taking Queso out of the equation does for every other team across the board, not having to worry about the rushes coming in from Queso, or just knowing that that's not a team you have to deal with at the end of the match. I mean, that's just huge in general. And then, you know, like we said, they were able to get out of there, not necessarily unscathed, but they were able to survive a little bit longer as well.
I mean, they also started off that fight in like 1 foot in the grave, right? They had a player get knocked right off the bat from someone who wasn't even there at the fight, from BDM, from Duck, right? And they still 3v4 able to fight against Queso and win the battle. That has to be massive confidence, as you're saying before, there for 7 for them, because that gets them going, gets them in the right mindset. Considering I know they were worried to try to get Joey to come into the show, do an interview, and he's like, man, Jason, I love you. I follow you on Twitter at @JKaplan. I follow you on Instagram at @JKaplan with the 1-7L, but I can't do it today because we're really focused on getting top 16, and they played well in the first game.
Hey.
They're able to battle a top team in the second game, and we'll see if they can continue later on when they come back in our 4th match of the day. But for now, we do have to head to a break, but when we come back, we won't be going to match 4. We'll be going to match 3. That'll be on Sanhok, and it'll be right after this.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Can confirm the only leaps of faith I make are when it's to get some Mountain Dew game fuel or when it's sending 7 a picture of me to potentially use in a telestration segment. You can see our schedule on the screen. We do have Sanhok coming up next here as our 3rd match of the day. We have Group A sitting out. We have Group B here. We have Group C coming back into the fray. Alpha 7, B4 both had, well, even Brazilian Rampage, a very good first match of the day. However, Execute, Loops, not so lucky, I should say, at least for Execute in that sense. But going into this next match here, I know we've talked a lot about, it seems like Echo is a specialist for Execute on Sanhok, and I actually got to talk to Zute, and he was saying it was actually just by chance that he was actually playing those matches when they won one of them. But he also talked to me about how they took a very risky move. The last time we saw them on Sanhok, if you guys remember, they set themselves up on one of these high mountains. They had all their players separated, but they were playing it methodically of, if we deny anyone the chance to get up this hill, there's no chance they can win the game. And that's when we saw the leaps of faith come in. So we see that teams do have the right mindset coming into these games, but still, Cameron, there's so many matches left to go that I'm worried that some teams might start to fall off a mountain right now.
Yeah, and for Sanhok specifically, it's all up in the air, more so than any other map. It's almost like there are 4 or so different possibilities of what game you're going to be even playing. And so this is the one that I think it's the most difficult to try and game. In this, where you can do in the other maps from the best locations. In this one, you just got to find the points that you can. You can't be upset if you go out with like 2 points.
Okay, well, Viram, I wanted to talk to you a bit, but you know what? The game is ready, and we want to make sure we get the games up as soon as possible. You don't need to see me on air anymore. You want to see these two bring you the action as we drop in on Sanhok.
Thank you so much, Jason. Yeah, don't ask me for predictions on Sanhok anyway. Don't do that. I don't
Not a good idea.
Well. Not a good idea. Not ideal. If you thought that ending of Vikendi was chaotic, oh boy, welcome to Sanhok. You know how Sanhok goes, let's be honest. You've all played the game before. You know what's up. These players have played too. So it still makes this very interesting as we get now into week number 3, trying to make predictions. I think back, Cameron, to earlier on, Tempo Storm, Cloud9, a lot of those squads around Paradise Resort, and a lot of the rotations that we saw in that area, teams deciding not to take fights. Do you think that might actually be more of a hallmark here of surviving on this map? It's not necessarily knowing when to go all in, but it's actually knowing when to back up?
Well, those are sort of 2 sides of the same coin, aren't they? Because if you're not going all in, then you're just going to stand still, and that's sort of, I guess, not the best position to be in on Sanhok, unless, of course, you're behind a rock. Then in that case,
yes. Well, I guess.
Very, very still, and hope that a team just pushes you willy-nilly and doesn't check your rock as the 7,000 different rocks that they all have to check.
I mean, yeah, T-Rex vision. That's what it's all about, right? And if you don't move, they don't. Apparently, that's actually not true either. That was like propagated by Jurassic Park, and it's not actually accurate.
Probably.
I don't think.
How would we even know?
How would we know? How would we, like, ocular bones and stuff?
Maybe.
Like, I don't. That seems silly. Anyway, Anyway, things that are constantly moving in this game, of course, is the circle. This one's not too bad to start things off. That was...
This is actually one of the worst. I assume you're trying to say it's not too bad. Like fishy, this is too bad. But while we watch... Yeah, okay, I didn't expect anything out of this one. I assume your argument for that circle was that it sort of gives everyone options no matter what island that they're on?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, the problem is that we don't know what island it's going to end on, and so crossing those rivers is going to be very, very chaotic. It's always good to have that information early game, and the information that Alpha 7 is getting, well, is that they're just trading one for one, because that was actually a nice side flank by Federal.
This is going to be able to stabilize. Federal up on that high ground there is going to offer so much to this team. Sanhok needs to be... Oh! You saw the head turn. Sanhok might be aware that this is coming. Carrillo is going to push out, secure the kill. And yep, Sanhok is well aware that he's getting flanked. No helmet can make this tough. But that nade, ooh, for a second there, I thought might have looked pretty darn solid. But Loops is pushing on Indies. The rest of Alpha 7 off in the distance. Sanhok trying to hold his ground, trying to take some shots towards the ever-encroaching Loops Esports. And Loops Esports going in and getting aggressive. There it is. Sanhok's going to drop. Federal's going to confirm it. And that's Loops Esports looking solid. And now for Alpha 7, they just got to back on out. This is how that Nova fight could have gone. This is the other side of that.
Yeah. Well,
and this is also what Nova also could have done.
Yeah,
as opposed to
retreated
2v4.
left when two players go down, but not everyone has that same style, has that same gusto, that same energy. I don't know what to say, the chi that Nova have. I don't know. I'm running out of bit of comparisons there for whatever you call it.
Energy.
Before over here, energy. Anyway, before here in Ruins, trying to loot up. They do have INTZ just on the outside. You can see here pushing out from this compound where INTZ are looting at is a great compound to surround Ruins with. But we can tell B4 are already pretty separated. But they're not the only team that's trying to move. We're basically just jumping from team to see how everyone is setting up. And it is all about trying to set up position next to the water. Because as I mentioned in the very beginning, you don't know when you're going to have to cross, which side you're going to want to be on. It's all there's a big... We expect that it's going to be on the southwest island, but who knows? It could easily go to the east or the north.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team like Execute, for instance, you really want that circle to go north. They do that split drop. We'll be able to group back up together, hopefully before the rest of the teams move on in. If it goes down towards the south, then a lot of these teams are going to have to, like you say, make the crossing, try and get themselves into position. Towards the south, like Camp Charlie, that area is still pretty open, so maybe we'll see HQA rotate in down there. But if we look towards the apex, the junction of the river's dead center, it is already getting a very, very crowded. C9 on the outside now are going to have to rotate in, but the remaining members, the dregs of Alpha 7, are standing
Remainers of Alpha 7.
Yes.
Making up new words here. This is not only an entertaining show, it is an educational one. Or actually, it's the opposite of educational, I suppose.
Look, that's what the analysts are for, Cameron. Okay. We're here to yell and get you hype and stuff, and they're there to teach you things. I know you're also going to try and teach me things. But you can try.
I can try, yeah.
You can try.
I've been relatively
there will be an
unsuccessful
attempt
so far. Yeah, we've been casting together for a couple of months now, and progress, we're still calculating, we're still bringing in the numbers, but progress is not looking great.
Look, I'm a little set in my ways. I have a little boomer energy coming into this. I will admit, I just like to see lots of early action, because that just makes the later action all that much more exciting, because it's less chaotic. We get to appreciate chef's kiss, every single fight as they break out. And speaking of fights that might break out here, Influence Rage potentially going to be running into Ace here, and running into Dudu. I mean, the name is silly, but the plays are sick.
Oh yeah, that's always the worst thing when I'm out in the park running into Dudu. Cardozo
Take the dog for a walk and running into...
Yeah. We got it. We got there in the end. But looks like it was actually discovered. NTX spotted Cardozo running into the compound, so the timing, if Ace were trying to set up here to sort of gatekeep them out, the timing, the trap is now broken. I don't think Ace were actually in a position to try and hold yet. It seems that they're still trading loot back and forth, still trying to get their feet under them properly in order to take these fights, which is going to give Influence Rage potential opportunity, but they also spot out Cloud9 far to their north, so they're going to need to be very specific and precise with how they take these engagements. And in fact, they're going up towards the north. They might be attempting to meet Cloud9 head on instead of pushing into the building that Ace is holding.
Yeah, this is a tough angle to hold. They're up there on the high ground. They're actually just going to take over, I think, that little compound further down the road because they were very exposed. And we talk about this in Sanhok all the time. Once you start a fight, you need to make sure you can finish it because you will get third-partied if it goes on for too long. So NTX is going to play point in between the two teams, make sure that they're not getting rushed by Ace. And we have another player up there on the hill. I'm not sure who that is. It's Castillo, keeping an eye on C9 while the other two members clear out this compound. That's actually a really little smart, methodical play. I appreciate that from Influence Rage.
We've been seeing more teams understand when it is safe to spread out a little bit. We're not going back to where we saw in PMPL, the wide split 2-2, but we are still, teams are getting used to where they have room to expand, even if it is just a touch, even if it is just a little bit of growth there. Back here, though, on the sort of opposite end of things, kind of. This is right next to the water, right next to where a lot of the crossings are going to go, and PK are pushing in to a compound that is held by defeaters. They actually sent it all the way across the water. They are hoping that it goes to the southwest island. As we mentioned, it's a likelihood, likely chance for Ghosty, a likely chance for him getting a multi-spray, and he's able to knock two, immediately trade it out in return, but where is the rest of defeaters? Kills are picked up from some other angle onto the Knights.
This is Defeaters looking so solid. Ghosty goes down, but the players further in were able to help pick up the rest of those kills onto PK. Ghosty almost out by that nade, but the might actually try for the res. Richie's pushing onto the outside. That's the last member standing for Pittsburgh Knights as they will go out first. A really solid hold from Defeaters. Fishy dies early on, but the rest of the team is able to get an entire squad wipe. They run in. That double knock in the doorway, Cameron, that was huge.
Yeah, and also the Knights, you have to, in this circle, you have to expect that that compound is held. They crossed over from the east side, so one must assume that they were trying to scout it out, but you still want to be extra careful, peek all your corners safely, maybe even use a couple of grenades and Molotovs. I know it's early game, but for such a key position in even phase one, the resources are very much worth it, so that doesn't happen. But back here on this standoff that we saw earlier, Influence, they do concede that hilltop. Those two players that we saw staying back, they give it over towards Cloud9, but Cloud9, the game is not over for them just yet. They still gonna have to push, likely, through either Influence Rage or Ace.
I just love, we see this game of dominoes. You know, one team is up and then the next one is there, and then the next one is there, constantly trading out these positions. It just goes to show that Influence Rage made the correct decision to rotate on down. That's exactly where C9 was going to end up. That's the fight. But now, instead of being out on a hilltop, potentially a little bit exposed, they have a compound of their own. And Cloud9 is faced with a decision, no matter which way they want to go to push in here. They have to pick a team. They still have, unless they go on a complete wide flank, maybe head back towards Quarry or Painan, but they don't have a vehicle at this point. You know, you have to think about how rotations work on Sanhok. So they might be in a little bit of a rough position, especially if Alpha 7 decides to come in on the outside. But Cameron, the circle, it's given us nothing. It is telling us nothing.
It is telling us it is not going towards the North Island. There is one circle that could send us there, which is a hard shift towards the northwest, and the chances of that happening are, I don't even think that could happen, actually, now that I think about it. I'm looking at where the center of the circle would have to be. There's a very low chance. And so, it is helping teams plan out the rest of the game better, but yes, it's not going to throw too many teams out for a loop in terms of their actual positioning, but teams could still try and take fights based off of projections and based off of taking the first initial steps in towards the rest of the game, and one of those steps is going to be G25 here up against Execute. Execute a wide spread, G25 or not, and the team shooting comes in lock. Could get a second as well. Kill Switch trying to run behind the tree, but the push from G25, finding those angles. This is looking to be an easy double kill for G25, and the rest of Execute not in a position to trade, not even the slightest.
So Execute were sitting on this hilltop for a while. They kind of had G25 pinned in down in the little compound on the coast, but they heard the vehicle moving back. They heard the little bike just putting up on the hill, and not being able to correctly drive it up the hill cost them so much because that gave G25 the ability to push on up and over, secure both kills, get the loot, and this split drop from Execute, playing this really wide 2-2, is not paying off for them. Yes, Ginto and crew are going to have to push into the circle. Yes, technically the two remaining members of Execute will play Gatekeeper, but good luck, especially with Pepito hitting shots like that.
Execute thought they had the space to spread like that. Over on the Northwest Island, it was pretty barren. in any situation, you'd think that would be the right play, but you always have to watch your back. You always have to keep your head on a swivel. Unless it's the late game and the blue does massive amounts of damage, you always have to expect, or at least consider the idea of a team coming up from behind you outside the play zone. G25 trying to rotate around, taking a little bit of a moped ride down the hill, trying to find a separate angle and to try and circumvent. Executes hold, but they're pushing. They're trying to keep G25 out of the circle. They're trying to keep them cornered in on this island. If that ends up forcing G25 into the water, this could be a very good play. They're down in men. It's a 2 versus 4. But hopefully Execute do not overextend on this engagement.
Oh yeah, I mean, they would end with zero points to their name. They would be a blip on the radar for teams at this point if they go down. But Zute is pushing in G25. They're going to take the boats. They're not going to want to deal with this. I mean, the 2 members of Execute are doing their job here. And we'll see if Italox is going to get caught out on the shore or if they're going to be able to get out to this southern island scot-free. Jump aboard with Influence Rage. Still posted up in this compound here. Cloud9 still up on the high ground. Teams are playing this very, very slowly, Cameron. Nobody wants to be the first one to make that massive mistake. We saw it before with Pittsburgh Knights, not appreciating that a compound could have players in it, and it cost them. These teams don't want to make the same error.
Well, let's see which island the next circle goes to. Okay, we are all, I want to say 90 to 95% sure that's going to be on the east side, and that's why Cloud9, Influence Rage, and Ace, especially Cloud9, because they had the most mobility, didn't move, because there was no reason to commit to a move if you didn't even know which island it was going to end on, and now all 3 of those teams have such good positions, they might just have a gentleman's agreement to not fight each other. But the fighting is going to be on the west side. Defeaters are loving that they held their compound.
Oh yeah, no, Defeater's got to be feeling real happy about that one. Only losing the 1 player early, still having 3 to work with. Tying on as well. Nobody has taken over there. So we'll see the first team to get in position. I think it might be helping quit Addiction as we're jumping on board with B4, who's moving in that same direction. But they've got Tempo Storm in front of them. They've got INTZ to their west. Maxon is far up, but Tempo Storm lying in wait. We've seen this trap sprung before. Getting memories back to XSET running on in. I think it was in this pretty much the same position or near with these rocks on the high ground, but Maxon's going to look to start this off a little bit better, and it is going to be the case as Tense is going to drop. They're going to trade out 1 for 1, though, as HH24 is going to be able to secure the down instead. Spec's going to look to get off the meds. As Nenebede priming it, sending it. No luck.
Too far. It looked good at the start.
Oh!
That looks even better for Tempo. Lot of grenades coming out, lot of knocks, and they're also getting their own revive. There is 1 member of B4 left down the hill, separated from the rest of the squad. Supposed to be the flank position, the flank watch, I suppose, on being on the low ground. But Tempo Storm, they've held this hilltop very, very well.
Oh. And he gave himself away, too, with those pot shots. Rain is going to run on the outside, but they're just going to be able to close on in. They don't want to have this last remaining player behind them. I wouldn't even be surprised, given the fact this isn't the next circle, that they actually commit onto this. But G25 is going to be hearing these shots as well. Mixera, the last hope for B4. B4 is a team that we've seen have success. We've seen this team be able to break their curse, get some chicken dinners, but today just not been looking quite so solid here. But hang on a second, Cameron, I see what you see.
Yeah.
Tempo Storm.
They can't focus on Mixera because, as I mentioned, so many teams are coming in from the west side. That's why they tried to clear them out as quickly as they could, but they have to pull away now because Klaze went incredibly aggressive, incredibly fast, and it seems that Tempo weren't prepared for it still. But now they are. Now they're sending 2 down on the flank, but Ninvirum calls it, gets 1. There's a second that comes out as well onto Tempo. But they have the revive on the high ground. It's still going to be a 2 versus 4 hold. Potential grenades coming out from Rain to try and knock Klaze.
Yeah, the nades getting blocked there, but INTZ, I talked about them before. They're getting involved in this as well. The third-party action is coming on in. Tempo Storm in a really rough position as all of Klaze is going to try and go on in, and Polly is helping him out right here, and Tempo Storm having no love on the server, just got to try and run, just got to try and survive. As Spec is backing on up. Klaze with this inexorable advance. The smoke is the only cover still keeping them in this, and Mixera is just holding his breath, trying to live just a few moments longer because Klaze is hunting.
They're going to want to clean this up pretty quickly as well, and the same that Tempo Storm did with B4, because the next circle shifts heavy towards the east, and they need to move even further. What is it with Alpha 7, by the way, and getting compounds in this circle? They are just dead center, can hold everyone else out, and it's going to be a struggle for the 8 to 10 teams that aren't really in the next circle that are going to be trying to cross that river shoulder to shoulder with each other.
Yep, Tribe did take over Pinon. HQA rotated all the way and around towards the south. Alpha 7 is in a prime position right in the middle. Ace is there as well as Influence Rage. But all these teams on the outside just still have to keep pushing in. INTZ is very split. That's the one thing with their position here. They did lose Darius a little bit early on. They might just opt to try and swim through here, not take any of the conventional crossings. But given how many teams are going to be looking at this, Cameron, I don't know if this is the right call. Look at Defeater's position. They're waiting for it.
Good. Continued hold for Defeaters on the side. They're giving up their position in the next circle to do so. But if they can get a number of kills and get even more points, they already have 3, well then, could be very, very valuable to them. XQ do get eliminated in the meantime. And we're looking at the south side. No one else is coming towards Defeaters. Everyone else is going towards the Pinon Bridge. Poly is crossing in the water. But even further down south, we're looking at about 3 teams there, all trying to make their way into the southwest side.
Ooh, one of them is Tribe. G25, though, standing strong, point-blank range. Papito's got the backup. And now King has just got to try and get himself on out of there. But G25 will continue to push in, but the shots are not stopping. So many teams are getting involved in this. So we're seeing Klaze getting eliminated as well. It was actually Poly with the backstab. Poly's been going off this game, getting involved in so many fights, keeping INTZ up and in. It was love to see the kills at some point over there as King is just trying to back up. G25 continuing to push in. King is surviving on just a scrap of HP. Seagut and crew gotta live, gotta leave. But Pepito is chasing him on down, and the nade as well. G25 are looking solid. Look at the way they're spreading out, Cameron. They're like sharks in the water.
This is where G25 reigns supreme, is when they are pushing, when they are on the aggressive. Unico does get knocked from HQA on the high ground. It's still a weak position. We can't ignore that aspect of G25's current game. And the blue also forces them to make unfortunate errors here. And so it would look to be a very good start. Was shut down because the space that they had, the window of opportunity was closing in on them. They picked up a couple of kills. But Tribe, they're still in the blue. HQA still know there's another team outside, and they're going to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, after all that, Tribe ends up outliving G25. G25 was so confident pushing in there, but HQA playing spoiler up on the high ground. Now Tribe have to make the exact same trek. Good luck to them. But we jump on board with Loops. Loops was the team that Defeaters, the reason they were playing so slow, the reason I was so scared for them was like, yeah, they're getting kills, they're not going to get pushed in from behind, but they still have Loops they've got to go through. And now Loops is in a fantastic position in this compound on the circle, but Cloud9, they have not moved from this high hill circle position, but eventually they are going to have to continue to push on in between these compounds. But look who's right in front of them, Cameron. It's a team that's been there all along.
Yeah, Ace haven't moved either. They're going to need to move themselves, and they're slowly stretching down, but they know Cloud9's on top of the hill. Cloud9 defended their position reasonably well now. 4 kills, but they lost 2 players, and that's going to be an easy third for them. It's just Beowulf now crawling in under the building. Gets a spot on a retreating Ace, gets 1. Can he confirm that? Because going further in this game is going to be incredibly difficult. Beowulf is now out. 3 kills for Ace. That is 5, potentially 6, I think, for Cloud9. So not a bad game, considering it is Sanhok. But here is Alpha 7. Their compound haven't had to move, but they've lost some players. I miss where that happened in the kill feed. They are now incredibly wounded in this game.
But Alpha 7, the only team with a little bit of cover in this next circle, which is wide open. Trees, rocks, a hill here and there. That's really all these teams are going to have to work with. Loops have to push their way in. B4 and Defeaters on the outside. And Ace, of course, way up here, staring down. But they have this hill to the right, Cameron. They could try and leverage that position. I think it might actually not be too bad for them.
I don't know who has advantage here. Defeaters go out. Brazilian Rampage also goes out. We're looking at the top 6, and no one else is in the blue, I don't think. Just yet. I say that B4 is actually in the blue, but he's getting close. He's trying to make his way in. I'm surprised that Mixer is actually able to survive this long, by the way, because we saw what happened to B4 earlier on, trying to take some shots, running out of first aid kits.
No.
He was doing too much, trying to go for a little more before finally getting taken out by the play zone. Looking at your top 5, ladies and gentlemen.
And I have to say, when the players talk about how fast the blue moves on Sanhok, you really do feel it. So much pressure. G3 is going to drop as well. We haven't talked too much about helping quit addiction, but they've actually been in a really good position so far. They still have 3 members up and alive, as well as Loops, the only teams that really have those. Actually, I looked at Ace has got it as well. But HQA had that high ground, but they're pushing it now, laying down the smokes, but they're in a rough position, and Alpha 7 is there, doing the damage onto Ace. Loops is here as well, but the Blues continuing to push on in. They don't have a moment of rescuing, trying to hide behind that skinny little tree, and Loops are trying to push their way in with the smokes, with the rocks, but Alpha 7 got to continue to push their way in. They have, like I said before, just the edge of that building for just a little bit longer. But Cameron, this next circle is nobody's friends, maybe helping quit addiction, but that's it. But they don't have a whole lot of cover to work with. I hope they still have some smokes, because like I said, that tree is pretty darn skinny.
They're closer to the circle, and the other teams, Alpha 7 and Loops, are going to have to cross the road in order to make it their way. And so it's not the best position on paper. It is better than anything else. Anything else that the other teams have to manage with Alpha 7, still trying to use their angles from that window while they can. They have 3 seconds left before the blue pushes them out from their hard cover. Grenades coming out from HQA onto Loops. Federales trying to grenade back onto Highwing. And the blue should be doing enough here at the final moments to have HQA lose at least 1 more.
Wing's actually going to try and heal strat through this, which is just putting so much pressure onto Loops. The idea that he could pop out at any time to put that additional shot on them. All things could end right here. Q-Wang could play spoilers. 3 more first aids as Loops is just trying to snake their way in. Cross is already up in the circle. Landland's playing the same additional angle. Loops is just trying to go in, but that's the shot. And Loops is just going to go down. The slow play from helping quit addiction gets it done, and 1 member of Alpha 7 is already down. Law's got the eyes on Cross, but HQA is looking so solid, and the slow and steady is winning this race for them. And now they are in a solid position, and Alpha 7 have to come to them.
I think at this point, Alpha 7 should consider denying themselves to the blue. Yeah, especially now that it is just Law left. So HQA, unless Law comes up huge or HQA completely throws this, and there it is, final grenades. They're eliminated. HQA win the round. 7 kills, by the way.
10 kills.
10 kills overall, but 7 on 1 single player. This... what an ingenious use of those first aid kits. Just staying in the blue, tanking out the blue, not to survive placement, but to keep your crossfires available for those final few zones, final few moments, so your surviving players in the zone do not get overrun.
That was just so smart, because Loops knew he's behind that tree. When's he gonna go? He's not going. He's not. We have to go. We have to go. The Blues pushing us, and having 5 first aids to play with, perfectly timing them in between. Both shots came through from both players. Loops got obliterated. They were still able to make it in because Alpha 7 was pinned down. Cross had gotten in early, was putting pressure onto Alpha 7. That was the best look from HQA we have seen yet. That's you, Jason. That's all.
I was waiting for my introduction. You know, I always say, Envirum and Cameron Davis joining me on the desk. I was hoping for, we have Jason Kaplan joining us here, just to give me a shout out.
And we have Jason Kaplan joining us here on our set.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Envirum. I appreciate that. But one thing that we should be mentioning also with this, with HQA taking down Loops, is that these are the 2 teams who always fight Miramar. That drop in the exact same position, and Loops seems to be coming out ahead when it comes to that battle. So a big victory for the morale of the team for HQA, but like I said, a big chicken dinner for them. And one of our analysts come in and break this down. So Environment Cameron Davis, we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. I'm glad he said my name eventually. I was gonna be really sad. 7 and Glitter, you're gonna come back in to help talk about things here. But what, honestly, a very hectic match as well. I feel like A7 just basically, made a bed. Laid down in it, set an alarm, all right, let's set it for zone 6, okay, all right. And then they just woke up in zone 6 and they didn't have to move a single spot once they had that position grabbed earlier in zone 4. And I feel like that's kind of something we've seen out of Alpha 7 a lot. They just seem to always get the right place, and the zones always seem to go in their favor.
Yeah, if you get the zone in your favor, like exactly like what happened there to them, you really don't have to do anything. Don't even push out. Just wait patiently. Let everybody kind of kill each other. Like exactly what happened there with HQA and Loops Esports. They ended up just killing each other. They ended up at one moment, as Paul and Cameron were saying, I thought that we were going to maybe go for a heal off. But then you had also the other HQA players. And something that you did mention, Jason, that I think it's something to take into account as well. This is a huge moral victory for HQA, especially in beating Loops Esports, as we've seen them fight over and over again.
Seven.
Miramar.
You know what the next map is?
Tell me.
It's Miramar. And you know what groups are playing in Miramar? Or at least one group that's playing? Group C.
HQA and Loops.
Yes. I want to know if they're going to fight now, because HQA has been leaving the drop spot now. They've actually given it up to Loops because they haven't felt confident to fight them. But do you think they're going to have the confidence now to fight them in the next match?
Listen, I hope they have the confidence because I want to see it. We always talk about hot drops. I think it's time for a hot drop. What do you think, Glitter?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm here for the insanity that is this entire season 2 of PMPL America so far, because we literally talked about HQA being at the very bottom of our overall standings at the top of today. And now they just pulled down a 10-kill win. So while they might have had a little bit of luck here and there with, you know, their positioning in the zone, they pulled out 10 kills. That is not a passive game. So, I mean, I don't...
You see the damage and the healing? Like,
I'm trying.
We're
It's
picking
very
people
small.
off. They were. They see that's just awareness at that point. They were paying attention to what the other teams are doing, who was getting knocked, where it was happening, and they were able to pick up kills in a safe and efficient manner.
But Loops again, good game for them. It was nice to see them have a little bit more consistency. I know we talked about them versus Ace 1 earlier on in the day. We even got to see a little bit of a battle between the two kings of Brazil going head-to-head. Let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. Maybe we'll see some of those clips actually coming through. But this was seriously so many like kind of culminations of storylines, of things we've been talking day in and day out here on the show, pretty much just smack dab directly into this match.
And that's what usually happens with every match. Whenever we say somebody needs to step it up, they end up stepping, and they end up stepping in a huge way. That was actually the first win so far of the tournament for HQA, the team that was in last place. And this kind of speaks more towards what we've seen from Loops, Jason and Glitter. They're currently within a top 9 situation, and they don't have any chicken dinners. And it seems, at least to me, that every single week they've been stepping it up by the graphics that we saw at the beginning of the show. I think the win here, for Loops especially, it's bound to happen at some point this weekend.
Okay, all right.
I mean, maybe they're saving it for finals, Glitter. Maybe they're like, you know what? Gosh. We want all of our chickens to happen in those 4 days.
You know, Seven and I were actually talking about that earlier before the show even started, because it is a possibility that some of these squads that are most definitively qualifying through in a top 16 position at that point, they don't really have to kind of, you know, gas themselves out at this point. If they know that they're making it through, then there is a real possibility that they're saving some of that extra energy, some of that extra momentum for finals when things really kind of start to matter that much more. So it's possible that we don't see a win out of Loops maybe until next week. Maybe that's when they start really ramping it up as like a lead-in to those final 7.
And you know, it's two, and right as you said that, 2 teams straight up came to my mind. One of them being Loops Esports, and the other one being Cloud9. And going back to PMPL, as we see some of the more highlights here in regards to Cloud9, these were teams that were dominating right up until the end, and they just kind of started falling off a little bit. So I'm wondering if this is just an adjustment of what has happened from previous tournaments for them. As soon as you guys said that, I actually got scared. I hope Loops is... Imagine if Loops just gets to the finals, or Cloud9 gets to the finals, and they just start absolutely destroying. And we know what they're capable because they have shown it over and over again. But I mean, every now and then you will get surprises like what HQA was able to do there with that 10-kill win, 25 points total. I'm loving this tournament. This is by far one of the funnest tournaments that I got a chance to be part of. And every single day, I'm just being surprised by madness.
Yeah, I think we also need to give a little bit of a shout out to Alpha 7 as well. They didn't have as many kills this time around. However, that's now, you know, a very strong game so far. They get another 2nd place finish. I mean, this is type of consistency we were hoping to start seeing out of them.
Just like in the first match, they didn't have all 4 players live when they got to those final zones. They actually lost, I believe, 2. And they just kind of sat in the compound from zone 4 to zone 6. So they got a second place yet again in terms of placements with not a full squad. I wonder what would happen if they were able to finally get every single player left alive when they had the very finish. I mean, again, they had a decent compound, but I feel like, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Seven, I feel like they played specifically more silent and more sneaky because they only had 2 players, try not to draw attention toward them so they can play for those placements.
Definitely. Besides getting the zone, I mean, if you're a team that only has 2 players going up against teams that more than likely are going to have their full squad, just play it passive. And this is kind of what we like to see out of teams that might want to become champions. We want to see them be able to adjust on the fly. So great stuff there. As we do see Klaze Esports, it's been a while since we've seen them there towards the top in regards to total damage. 1,500 damage. Love to see a HQA there with 764 damage. Still 10 kills. Alpha 7 was able to put up almost the exact same amount of damage as HQA. But as you were saying, they just ended up being so passive that they didn't really have those chances, Glitter, to get that many kills.
Yeah, and then 2 numbers that are standing out for me down there towards the end of the middle section is the fact that both G25 and INTZ are at that 1K damage mark with 5 and 6 kills respectively. I mean, I think, G25 definitely struggled in the game before, so that's really good for them to at least show that they're trying to pick it back up, because we have seen so many good things from them. They started to fall off a little bit. INTZ's definitely starting to step up to the plate a little bit more as well. You were saying, we've seen Polly alive a lot on her own, and she's been doing great with her one-on-one. So, I mean, it's just strong performances from both teams.
Yeah, and we're seeing our top players as well. And Polly's actually going to make the cut here, coming in at 4th place with 490 damage. We're still seeing Law in there, which again is still impressive considering they only had 2 players towards the very end of the game, losing 2 very early on, funny enough, to Loops. But we're not seeing Carrillo. We're seeing Chi Wang there for the first time for HQA. I feel like it's the first time we've seen someone from HQA in our top 4, 7.
Yes, it has been. I mean, I can't think of any other. The only time we talk about HQA is when they get ballsy and they decide to drop on Klaze Esports, and then they end up losing it or maybe winning it like 1 out of 7 times. So yeah, it's good to see them be there on the top players.
Okay, well, normally we would have like a telestration to break down for you guys, but this time we wanted to spice things up. We wanted to bring someone else in to the mix here, and we do have an interview live with the man, the myth, the legend himself. Hopefully it's all ready to go here because I'm trying to stall because I'm not sure if he's there. It's uneven. How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man, you are looking handsome as ever. It feels like you just don't age, man. But first of all, let's talk about maybe that last match there. I noticed that you guys were put in like a really, really rough position. You had Influence Rage coming straight at you to attack. You had Brazilian Rage as well attacking you around the same time. What was going through you guys' heads in those moments?
So essentially, what our plan from that position was kind of being the last team closing into the zone, right? Just making sure there's no one more western and no one more to the north than us. That would allow us kind of like a chill, free entry into the zone with only that one team in the compound to worry about. But, that wasn't the case. Turns out 2 teams were, like tanking the blue and going really, really slow. And once we realized that and they kind of put us in a chokehold, and we kind of switched our plan to kind of away from going for the win and more towards just focusing on killing them, because we kind of figured that the best scenario there was getting as many kill points as possible, because they would just either shoot us from behind, or we to try to rotate, or they just kind of put us in a tight spot. So we just went for the kill points to maximize the points for that game.
It was really cool to see, to be honest. Like, it was nice to see you guys be able to compete in terms of like aim skill, especially in that kind of situation against 2 teams attacking you. But I want to give the floor over to someone who's just staring at you like he's fallen in love. 7, what you want to ask him?
What's up, Uneven? How are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great.
There you go. Awesome. Good to hear. Now, we were talking about some of the teams maybe being sleepers up until the finals. What I want to know from you and from Cloud9 and from everybody that's pretty much playing for your roster right now is, if you guys qualify to the finals and it's not within the top 5 situation, do you think that's going to hurt you guys mentally going to the finals, or it's not going to make a difference?
Honestly, for a team like us, you know, who's been there time and time again, I don't think so, right? I think that's a more important factor for kind of the newer, lower end teams that haven't had as much experience with us. That's one of the many benefits of being a long-standing team, not having too many roster changes and stuff. It's the mental game is one that, you know, we should be better at. And I think if we go into the finals, if we go in top 16, we're gonna go into finals mode. We're gonna, you know, turn it on like we always try and do, and play our best for sure.
Love to hear. Hey, I want you to make it to finals. I want you to make it top 3 because next time massages are on you.
Yeah.
All right, Glenn, what do you got?
All right, Uneven. Now, I feel like we've been talking about it a lot here on the desk. This season so far has kind of been all over the place with teams that have been stepping up to the plate, some teams that have been falling off. I know coming into the season, a lot of people were looking at maybe a smaller grouping of teams, but for you, especially from a player's perspective, which teams have surprised you, stepped up to the plate, and might be a squad that you guys are kind of looking out for now?
Right. Well, obviously G25. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I didn't even know who they were before this tournament. We didn't really pay attention much to the new teams coming in because, you know, we safely assumed that the top dogs are the last one in the World League. We're coming in hot. Will remain the top dogs, but they've surprised us, and, you know, they're putting up a really good competition. I've always known Team Queso was good, and that they had a very solid shot of being up there, so that doesn't surprise me. But yeah, definitely G25, kind of out of nowhere for us at least.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one more question here before we let you go. And I'm so sorry because I really don't want you to hate me for drawing your mind back to this. As you kind of mentioned, like the mental game within Cloud9. We saw you guys, I think it was the first match, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I think it was maybe the second match. It was the second match. And G3 from Tribe kind of spoiled your guys' day. What was going on within the team like after that moment happened, when that knock came through and then the nade to follow?
Right, yeah, we had a bit of an argument because our utility was really low there. We had, I think, I had the only 2 smokes on the team. And, you know, one of the requirements for playing that position, obviously he had eyes on us, so we needed to maintain a smoke up throughout the whole time until zone started moving and then make our final push. And obviously the smokes were not there. So, you know, that was on me. I messed that up. It's still probably, I mean, ideally, I think realistically, the best we get is maybe one more placement. We were in a really tough spot, but definitely went out a little bit too short. And, you know, who knows what happens? Maybe we come in and we somehow kill everybody and win. But, you know, mistakes happen.
I appreciate that answer, honestly, because I feel like a lot of players out there would just be like, yeah, it was just, you know, miscommunication or something. But I'm actually, like, really proud that you gave us, like, an in-depth view, you know, the arguments, and then obviously you kind of talking about the smoke there as well. But before we do let you go, and I promised you this just the other day, I want to give you a chance to give a shout-out to anyone out there, maybe a certain analyst that you want to mention before you head off.
Oh, yeah, man. Shout out 7WG. You know, he's a really great analyst. Been here for a long time. He always does his background research, sends positive messages when we're doing good, reinforcing messages when we're doing bad. He's a really cool dude. We love getting massages together. It's great. It's a great time.
What? I didn't. Okay, cut. No. Also, a big shout out to your dad, right? Last little thing, because you were telling me that he sits there and watches every game and talks to you about like everything, even tournaments you're not playing in.
Absolutely. My dad watches more PUBG than anybody. I will put money on that. You know, he keeps me updated on MENA tournaments, EMEA, PMPL, all this stuff. And he's a very good follower and very supportive, and that's a great thing to have.
Yeah, it really is. And I would actually love for you to like record one time he comes up to you and is like, son, you know, I was watching this match and I really feel like you guys should have did this. And then you just have to sit like, Dad, please, come on. I know what I'm doing. I'm a pro player. What are you? But no, obviously, thank you so much for coming on the show here and doing this quick little review. And honestly, can't wait to see what you guys do the rest of the weeks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, cool stuff. I loved having him in. I begged him doing the interview, the follow-up interview earlier in the week, like, please come on the show and do an interview. And he was phenomenal. Love to see it.
Definitely. We need to have more people like that, man. Come on.
Those answers were great.
Yes, players watching that, go back to that interview, rewatch it, take notes, because we want to have you guys in here and then kind of give you a spotlight too. This is a great spotlight for the players.
I'm kind of waiting for Glitter Mom or Mama Explosion and Uneven's dad to just go like head to head, like who watches more PUBG Mobile now. Well, you know what? Who's going to be watching more PUBG Mobile? You guys at home. But before we can get into that, we have to head yet again to another short break. But when we come back, we'll be getting ready here for our 4th match of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go. It's time to get ready into our 4th match today. We've got yet again Miramar coming up like it always is. It's our 4th match with Group B sitting out. So unfortunately, Cloud9 won't be playing in this match, but we got to hear from Uneven that his dad's definitely watching the match nonetheless. We got Enviro and Cameron Davis join us here to get things going. And we get Group A, we get Group C. Let's talk about maybe the potential for the battle. I don't want to say battle of the Titans, because we have one team up really high in the standings and one team really low on the standings, but that potential of HQA and Loops face off. And Viram, do you think we're realistically going to see that again, or do you think HQA are playing with a different sense of mind of trying to play for later in the game to get those points?
I would be surprised if we saw it, I'll be honest, especially because they just won that last game. Like, they want to keep that momentum rolling, and taking a potentially silly fight early on just doesn't really make a lot of sense. I understand this idea that you're feeling hot and you just executed a really good play against them, but at the same time, winning feels better, and I think that should be the goal for them.
Cameron, I'm a little bit worried. I kind of jinxed things for Team Queso earlier today after they won a game. They got knocked out first with only 1 point. HQA, will that happen to them? Will they have won the last game and come into this one potentially getting knocked out early?
Probably, and I'm only saying that because HQA, this win is sort of an anomaly for them. You're just looking at the statistics, looking at the numbers in front of us, it's good for them that they're able to get that win, but you also saw the numbers. They played the end game very, very well, but they didn't actually have to fight all that much to get to that position.
Well, one team we can talk, I guess.
795
yeah.
710 kills.
Yeah.
Like, that's... Ooh, they were poaching some stuff out there. So I agree. I love that we saw some of this from HQA, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Jason, but I think this is a good setup because I want to see more. And this just shows that even if your team that's like having a bit of a struggle and not quite in the top 16, still need a little bit of work to go, it's not over yet. You can still show up. You can still pull off that chicken. I think this was very good to show at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we need to see, though, as you said, like consistency to have more continuous results like this or near this. One thing, though, that's kind of actually impressed me so far within today is B4. We saw a lot of like hit or misses with them recently within this week alone. Actually, we see some like either really good games or more often than not in this week alone, we saw some really bad games out of them. But it seems like, Cameron, that they've been able to maybe stabilize a bit. Maybe the lobbies are going a little bit more favorable to them so far, but that's a good sign getting so close to the finals now they can kind of get back to their former glory.
Yeah, it's also a good sign going into Miramar because while it might not be the exact same story of the good Miramar teams compared to good Erangel teams, etc., that we saw in PNWL, this was still the map that they had gotten a lot of success on. And so having a really good salvage round from Bigzera by himself in the previous game, hopefully they can build upon that and have an even better Miramar game for this one.
Yeah, and another team as well that needs to have a good Miramar match is Execute My Mind, because in week 2 they really showed up. We saw Kill Switch really laying down the law when it comes to getting kills. He made it into the top 8 of our kill leaderboards, but they've been so silent today in Viram.
Yeah, this one's been rough. The way they've been dropping has not really set them up for success. They're playing these really wide 2-2 splits, and then getting punished. So we'll see. Miramar is a map that you can pull that off. You can execute it. No pun intended. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it here.
All right, well, let's drop straight in. No puns intended. Out of him, me, I don't know. Let's just drop into it. And very Cameron Davis, take us away.
Being if execute can execute it. If I explain the pun, Jason, it's not nearly as funny. Okay, all right, let's get into it. Game numero cuatro, 4? I don't know which language.
Quattro.
Yeah, I don't speak Spanish, so that was a guess, and we did it together. Yay, go us team here on Miramar.
We are 2 halves to 1 idiot, as they say.
I grew up speaking French. I'm Canadian, okay? All right, look, leave me be. All right, as we get into our 4th, I was going to say final, but no, we still have a final Erangel after this. 4th match, and given how odd the pacing has been on maps 2 and 3, I really hope we can find a more steady pace here on Miramar. If there's any map that we are going to find it on, it would be this one. The playing path is not too bad for a lot of these squads, but if we see a circle shift up, say towards the northwest, we could see some really sloppy rotations.
Yeah, the only saving grace from this playing path is how big Miramar is. It's not going to be fun for a lot of teams, but luckily, as I mentioned with Miramar, there's so many different places to go. But as you mentioned, an El Pozo circle, or even just a northern circle around water treatment could be a little rough. And even though the early game on Miramar tends to be a little slow, that doesn't mean that rotations are necessarily the easiest. Miramar is still one of the best maps to be able to set safe traps and punish different rotations, keep teams locked out of the circle just because of the way of not only how the roads move, but of how difficult it is to use vehicles on the rough terrain. It is going to be a far west circle, not so much towards the north, but still heavily on the west side.
And this was kind of what I was fearing for a lot of these squads, especially looking towards Loops and Alpha and Execute. A lot of the teams that we were talking about coming into this, they are going to have to scrap through each other. We'll see if we see any rotations up more towards the north, up towards La Corbiera, that kind of area in there. XSET is actually going all the way up towards Campo Militar to start this one off. They are going to have a long rotation coming back into this. We don't see a lot of teams do that.
You really don't, just because of how far into the corner it is. I think on every single map, it is by far the furthest away from the center, the furthest away from all the possibilities of where the circle could go. But with a playing path like this, it is viable. And I do have a peer in the industry who claims that he has unlocked the most efficient loot path in Campo Militar. We are going to do a replay, though, because there was a little bit of engagement here between Meta and Wildcard while the plane was flying over just on the west side of Los Leones there. And unfortunately, it seems that Wildcard do not come out on top in this engagement, losing one. Meta finding a first kill, but can they extend that advantage even more? It seems like they're continuing to push Wildcard further towards the west, towards the low ground, towards an area of not just lesser loot, but of worse rotations, because of how wide the buildings are, how much space there is between them.
Yeah, especially because you're going to have to try and rotate up, maybe even towards La Bendita, like north of Los Leones, because Defeaters is down towards the south. Wildcard is really split up right now. Meta are doing this really smartly. They're playing this in duos, which I really appreciate. And Acer is just in a world of hurt. Escanor is sending it with the bus, and they're just going in all 4 together. Acer priming the grenade. He knows he's being pushed, and this could be the beginning of the end for Wildcard. Cameron, what a disastrous start to this game for them.
Ooh, just spotted one, just spotted the flank, going back and trying to get the re-peek onto that one. He's alive for now and actually gets a knock, and this is huge because his teammates, look at their position. They can set up, they can find the angles, they can continue to give him more support.
I mean, Ace of the one-man army, still untouched. Spring out in the back may actually decide to try and rotate into this nice day through the door. Escanor's getting a lot of damage from that, down to half HP. Gazzy's getting chunked as well. Leon has rotated in, and what suddenly looked like an awful position for Wildcard is getting turned around there, getting pinched and chunked. Escanor sending it. Acer takes him down. Acer is going off. Not a lot of HP to work with as he goes around. Gazby's getting shot in the back, and so is he. Rolex going to try and confirm the kill, but Meta is in a rough spot. Somehow, someway, Wildcard has turned this into a 2v1.
So Acer did reveal his back to Rolex, but the work that he needed to do was done. It is now a 2v1. Leon spots the crossover. Can't rush until Spring arrives. But maybe Rolex was spotted once again, and they're just keeping the pressure on, and they get the full wipe. They lose 2. But what a turn of things.
Spring
had the advantage.
Okay. I mean, Wildcard should not have won that. Cameron, Acer put in so much work. Not only did he get a knock and confirm it, but the time he created for Wildcard to rotate in. And I want to remind the folks at home that this is the Wildcard roster coming in now. Like, this is the team that other squads were fearing coming into the PMPL, and I think we just saw a glimpse as to why.
Fortunately, they lose 2 players. They're only playing as a duo right now, so we might not be able to see such amazing play in fights going forward, but at least they survive. That's really the biggest thing that you can hope in this moment. Plus, they don't have to move too far to get into the circle, so hopefully their early game rotation won't be slowed down too much by having to re-loot up, sort of figure out what they're missing. Do we have enough meds still? How did that affect our early game? A lot of teams have been making their way into the circle, but HQA here, they're one of the teams that still need to push in far on the northeast side, and they're being circumvented, not quite surrounded by BDM. I don't know if a fight there is going to break out. And we're seeing a bunch of teams with the high ground positions in the circle east of Monte Nuevo start to run into each other. Ayala finds one.
Yeah, Team Queso, the first team to go out in that last game. Now looking to try and get some redemption for how that one went for them with the red dot. Ayala, always such a threat. There is a reason we've seen, I don't know, 3 out of 4 of them make it to the top damage charts at the end of a game before. Team Queso is always deadly. They are never a team that you can count out, but I got to give props to Asta over on 19. All of 19 Esports as a whole, but Asta in particular, I feel like every time we hype up one of their plays, it starts with him, Cameron. Is that my imagination?
I don't think so. But Ayala, he's trying to put a stop to this before it can get away from them. Only trades 1-for-1 because the revive did come through, but the rest of Queso is pushing over. Again, Queso constantly getting into these scrappy fights, but actually it looks like they're not able to stabilize as much as I thought they would. Okay, they surround, they get the nades in. They already lost Ayala, but they're able to make sure that they don't lose too many more, secure these first 2 kills onto 19.
Every single time I think Team Queso is going to lose, somehow a miracle nade goes in. And at this point, I shouldn't even call them miracle grenades. It's just like...
just Queso nades.
Standard? Yeah, it's just Queso nades, exactly. That needs to be the term. It's the nade that you never see coming from an angle you never expected, and somehow it lines up. It just feels like their knowledge and positioning, not only of the maps, but of where their opponents are and finding those exact angles is so good. I'm curious. I would be curious to hear how much time they practice throwing those nades in. A lot of players go into FPP and they work it all out with that, and you get a better line, a better beat on it, but still. Team Queso is now in a pretty solid position, but 2 members still alive for 19. Technically this fight could continue, especially if loops come in and there's a potential for third party.
This is what I was worried about Queso. They need to not try and find the rest of 19 so brazenly, because they're in a pretty central enough position that they could get approached by a bunch of other teams. Not only Loops here, Knights also aren't too far. Axel has to go and revive Marco. And Loops, they might actually be pushing on this. The revive started a little late. And that means Axel has to actually pull away. He's fully retreating. They're leaving Marco to bleed out. They have no opportunity to fully secure this area anymore.
I love this from Loops. Cameron, this is the Loops of old. The Loops that gets a knock and pushes on in. The Loops that is confident in their gun skill. The Loops that we saw in the opening weeks of the World League as they are continuing to keep up the pressure. Carrillo confirms the kill onto Marco. And now Team Queso, you talk about these scrappy fights. It's now a scrappy retreat. Dadin on the back of the buggy. Find it! And no.
Good attempt at a seat swap, but as you mentioned, doesn't find the mark. But the entirety of Queso, both players just completely separated from each other. Loops essentially as a giant wedge in between their surviving members. And now Axel is driving. You can tell. You can see on the map, driving into where everyone else is rotating from on the north side. Just like Vikendi, we're seeing all these teams try and have a safer rotation coming in all the way from the north instead of the east. And now that the circle centers up, that's only going to push everyone towards the Monte Nuevo area. Potentially more people fighting over that North Picado ridgeline that the action has been happening so far.
Yeah, that area all around Power Grid there outside Picado has just been non-stop. Hot action in the desert. Yeah, I mean, it's a start to finish. Kind of come to expect that from some of these teams, but this stage in the game, I was kind of surprised because this isn't week 1, Cameron. Last week slowed down so much. but I think this time around it's going to continue. Assuming Asta can hit his shots. I was really hoping that he was going to make me look really good right there, and just absolutely just knock Kayovsky out of that vehicle, but not to be had. Instead, it's Exil getting blown up by Nico in a vehicle, and the retreat from Team Queso is now an absolute shambles, as Dadin is pushing on up towards Asta. But Asta heard that. Dadin, that pan was like 10 years too late.
A little bit, but he's in position to toss the grenades. It doesn't even matter. Carrillo finds the knock and the follow-up grenade to secure the kill right on top. A swish, as they say in hoopball.
Hoopball?
Hoopball, yeah. You know where you have the big orange and you throw it into the basket?
Oh, yeah. I've seen people. I heard it's fun. Is it fun? Yeah, I keep seeing people talk about it on
I haven't
Twitter.
left my...
I've never played. Yeah, throwing oranges just seems counterintuitive to me. Grenades make much more sense. But still, I got to give props there to Loops for continuing to keep up the pressure we know and love from them, securing themselves some points here. Of course, the point system I wouldn't say is new anymore, Cameron, but I love the fact that teams are rewarded for aggressive plays like that.
Oh, of course. It's the only way to get people to really do what we want is to adjust the system until it works out. Defeaters up on the high ground, trying to get B4 to do what they want, which is to please leave us alone. Please back away. We're trying to control this area. Please, like, let us live in peace. But that's not going to happen. Unnamed is continuing to push up the high ground, keep an angle to make sure that his team can get the revive onto Maxon. We might see them retreat and pull away to somewhere else because this push isn't the easiest. But that being said, B4 has not shied away from fights previously. We could see them still try to find that first initial knock that could be oh so important in opening things up for them.
Now, I want to remind the folks at home, too, is that traditionally, Miramar is a B4 map. I mean, they were one of those teams that we were consistently looking at in the World League. They performed well here. Them and Dream Eaters were one of those squads that we oftentimes saw doing work. Again, not the most successful when it always came down to getting the chicken dinners, but they were a consistent staple. Their rotations were always solid, and they play these long-range fights really well. And they are continuing to do that here. This time, looking to reposition as the circle is moving on in. Still a lot of real estate to play with, though, Cameron. And honestly, given the size of the map, given the position of the circle, I'm actually kind of shocked that we've seen as much action as we have.
We might continue to see that action, actually, because B4 is trying to rotate away, but they're neck and neck with Execute here. Stopping on the high ground, forcing Execute to pull away. Execute don't want to continue this push. They're going to have a big disadvantage in this fight, so they're just going to keep on their vehicles. B4, though, they have an opportunity for a number of shots there. It was an Eastern, pretty somewhat hardship, which is why there's so much open area on the east side.
Ooh.
Good shots from Fame Boys to punish the peak from Nenebete. This could put Execute on the aggressive maneuvers once again, but the circle shifts away from all of this.
Yep, so the question is do they get aggressive? Do they try and confirm the kill? Well, I was going to give the other option, but we already know the answer is absolutely yes. Kill switch, confident in his gun skill, taking a lot of damage from that nade. Fameboys grew up on the other side, but the way this 2-2 split is working out for B4 here, Execute's actually in a really rough position. Both of these teams like to play very spread out, but Kill switch, the way he's forced to move around on this cliff edge, means that B4 is able to get off the revive, is able to stabilize. You can see Fame Boys on the other side here, and I actually kind of want both teams to just back up here, Cameron. Talk about the mutually assured destruction. This is a great way for both teams to lose, but Pedro and crew are pushing in here. They want to do at least a little damage here. Their parting gift to Execute. Fame Boys has got to pull on back, but going over the rise, can they find the shots on him? He's trying to get himself out of there, working the angles in the terrain, and somehow, at least for a second longer, he lives.
Couple of moments for some good shots, especially with that many people shooting, but Fame Boys, along with the support of Its Fate, is somehow able to get out of there, which, as you mentioned, because of the circle, both teams are going to want to leave and reset. But it's already been so long, the Blue has already started to push in. They sort of lost any sort of opportunity to find a safe passage into the circle, and they're going to be fighting with everyone else on this west side, the northwest especially, where the high ground is, where there is at least a little bit of cover compared to the south. That's where everyone is going. And so Loops, they stole it from Queso. They basically stole it from 19. Can they continue to hold it down?
Cameron, who are they holding it down against? These are the two teams that our analysts predicted might scrap a little bit here on this map. Of course, it is helping Quid Addictions hot off of their win on that last map. They did lose Kiwang early, though. But Skies has some info. Landland's going to be able to get out. Carrillo uncharacteristically missing some shots. And Carrillo's been one who, every time he goes off, I get excited, but I feel like it's been a little bit less and less. But a team that has been carrying that momentum instead, it feels like, is Alpha 7, this time going into Pittsburgh Knights. And Trickster, oh my goodness, those nades were solid. PK is done.
Yeah, I was surprised that Molly wasn't burning him. He must have found the single plank of wood that was coated in anti-fire. Some stuff with the paintbrush and the I don't know. It's more hard work, more blue-collar work that I don't mess with. Oh.
Coated in anti-fire, and I was like, that is a game mechanic
stuff.
I need to hear more about. All right? It's like a pop-punk band from the mid-2000s. Anyway, getting back into it, I'm just so happy how aggressive teams have been to try and take over better positions. Before, we'd see a lot of teams just strictly go for the hard rotation, strictly just try and find another spot here, but teams are realizing it's game time. It's crunch time. We've got to start going off now. It's the weekend. Let's go big or go home. We know what positions are strong in the circle, and Cameron, they're worth fighting for.
Another hardship towards the northeast, another hardship towards that high ground. And XSET, they're laughing all the way to the bank with this one. So many teams on the west side are going to have to continue to push up that hill, and Loops might very well decide to stay put and keep everyone out, but it's fate. Execute. I mentioned this was going to be a hard push into the circle for them. At least they only lose one with this one. Alpha 7 don't have an angle on the rest of the squad, and they could make their way on the north side.
Oh man, Execute's in a really rough spot. Hang on.
Oh,
EDM.
Fame Boys, he's also down? Execute are actually losing more people than I thought.
Man, Execute's just in a really rough position. Wildcard as well. Started the game off with a, clutch situation, turning it around, trying to make the best of it, but Leon in a very battered vehicle, just trying to get out of there into this next circle, but he's got a long way to go. As Alpha 7 and BDM are fighting out here on the high ground, trying to take advantage of this, but they still both have to rotate into the circle. They're still playing on the edge, but it is the short side, so Agwin's gonna drop from a nice nade from Rafa. And Vidu is here, Law trying to find the outside. Cameron, the action this game does not slow down, but Louise is dropping Senab on the angle. He always finds such creative angles. I love seeing this guy play. But Neto is here, gonna try and shut him down. Let's see if Senab can keep building this momentum. Oh, he can! A crucial misstep there from Neto. Senab getting shot after shot after shot, and now getting shot himself. But Alpha 7 is staying strong here. Cameron, I am so impressed by this play.
A really good smoke as well to keep this fight isolated. They still need to push through into the circle, and they do take care of BDM for the moment. Running out to get a vehicle. Cross can't find the shots. Terrain not working in his advantage. But can HUA, they could stay here and keep Alpha from having a comfortable passage in. That is, if they push over towards the north side, because Law up front might be finding an open pathway into the zone.
Oh my goodness, they're just trying to make their way in. Zute, the last remaining member of Execute, is there. And we do finally see Wildcard go down as well. So a lot of teams down to a few scattered members just trying to make it in. It has been a chaotic series of rotations. Teams seem really willing to be fighting on the road, waiting a little bit longer. I think it's just the nature of the terrain here, Cameron. These early full sends, how difficult it is to make it over this mountainous terrain just makes it so much harder, which means teams are forced to take it a little bit slower, especially because the sight lines are so much wider, which means that you're going to be taking and getting shot from so many different teams.
It's all about managing that spacing, managing your positioning. Alpha 7, they're managing HQA quite well, at least in the meantime. HQA, they only have 2 players because they lost 2 earlier on in the game. They don't have the resources to put that much pressure onto Alpha 7, who find that out the easy way of just driving in and not being shot at. They find a spot in the next circle. Down here on the southeast side, a number of teams have started to poke away at XSET's position. They were pretty free a couple of moments ago, but Defeaters, Nova, and B4 on their own long rotation. In contrast to Execute on the north, they came in from the south. They took out Wildcard, but now they have to climb up this mountain once again.
Speaking of mountains, I'm so glad you mentioned that. It seems like looking where these teams are, they're avoiding the valley, Cameron, was what I was going to say. Everybody trying to take as much high ground position as they can, but now they ain't got no choice. Someone is going to have to go down into the valley. Someone is going to have to be the first one in. XSET still, though, their circle luck this game has been impressive to watch. But now we're seeing Nova Esports showing up once again, this time going into defeaters. Already one player dead, one player down, 4 up for Nova. Then this is the push. We saw it before, game number 1 on Erangel, not being afraid to take these fights and that non-stop aggression for them. Cameron, I love this look from this team because they've definitely got some work to do here to get further on into this top 16.
Ooh, defeaters. Ghosty, as the lone player, has a lot of work to do himself. The utility you can see is coming up from Nova, though, trying to loot up while they can. They have a few free moments. The question is, are they aware of Mixera behind? B4 have got... Yeah. Wait,
he's done such a good job surviving. Oh, there he goes.
No, he was wounded. He was actually down. The rest of B4 looped up to the north side are now engaging with the Unnamed here, along with Loops and Alpha 7 and all this chaos that's happening.
Cameron, okay. Stop throwing nades for a second here, guys. Let me get my bearings, because we are seeing almost every single team still left in the lobby involved in some sort of fight. Nobody wants to go into the center of that circle. Nobody wants to be exposed, which means that every single player on the outside of this donut, they're just sprinkling all around. They're just trying to find some piece of cover, some piece of terrain to call their own, but they are few and far between.
A good run for Alpha 7 so far. You saw that they had 10 kills, already 10 points before placement. But now it is just V2 by himself to survive as long as he can. And he is hoping that Loops put the pressure on the Unnamed, but that's not going to happen. Going to be taken out. And Loops 8 kills for themselves as well, but in contrast, they could potentially get 4 players still standing if they revived a Dean, and that does seem to be coming into play. They still did move forward. The blue is going to be pushing it onto their position. And speaking of pushing onto position, Ghosty is trying to hold off against Nova.
Doing a pretty good job so far. Actually able to take one member down. There's multiple members down actually here for Nova Esports. Ghosty actually confirming that here too. Nova dealt with the team, or so they thought, but Ghosty, the player we saw in the last game, do so much work in Pittsburgh Knights, now taking out another NA favorite here in Nova Esports, who came into the day in 16th place. They need to continue to ramp themselves up here in a 2v1 situation. They got to be able to hit these shots, and yes, they do. But the damage is done, because now G-Fan and Starlight, they're both down. Nova is in such a worse position to try and carry this on through, and speaking of bad positions, Cross is finding himself in one right now, going to try and do some damage, sneaking on into this next circle up against Loops, who are getting pressured from the Unnamed as well, who still have 3 members up. Get the shots onto Federal underneath that truck, and this is actually big, because this could be an opportunity for Cross, Cameron.
He can wait for the Unnamed to deal the damage, and he will pick up all the scraps. The nades aren't exactly finding him. They're having a difficult time figuring out where the last player is, and all the smoke isn't really helping out. The Unnamed's that high ground that they took away from the remainders of Alpha 7, putting pressure onto Loops, but they're not executing off of it too terribly much, and it might just be because the circle centers up a second time in a row on that low ground that, again, no one is inside because the cover is so weak.
This circle just wants to test these teams. You're in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. You're here representing the best of the Americas. And the circle is certainly putting them to the test. So we have 6 teams left. HQA Cross is just going to try and live a little bit longer. He'll straight on through. He could probably actually move in behind Loops. Probably not looking for the backfill because they are going to have to rotate in a quick send, though, into the Unnamed as well. And here we go. The shots from Raven are here. Dadine, Uzi out, looking to try and find the shots. Raven's going to go down. That's Dadine looking so good here. Continue to rack up the kills for Loops, who are starting to look like the Loops of old. The Terrors of Brazil are here, but that's Cross on the back. Cameron, this is what I was worried about.
The Lubes, it's a scrappy fight, and they're surviving for now. But as you mentioned, Cross, he's able to get 1 kill, but he has 0 first aid kits left. That's why he had to run away from the blue as quickly as he did. So good, very good opportunity for him.
An XSET.
Quite lucky, you would say, to find that kill that he was able to find. And now Loops down to 2, and B4 coming in to put pressure on the Unnamed. They're still alive. The Unnamed had an opportunity to wipe out the entirety of Loops. They should have taken it while they had the chance.
But Cameron, the team that we haven't talked about so much in this because we kept talking about how lucky they were getting with the circle, the compound, the advantage they had, now means that XSET is in a fantastic position. Already 6 kills for them. They've been cleaning up all the scraps. All these other teams have been so focused on dealing with one another that XSET is just inserting themselves into every single confrontation to try and make the most of the situation. And now we are seeing B4 going down. Angry is here. Loops is in a terrible position, and they're There's 4 members of XSET ready to take over this game.
XSET might be overextending onto this. They might not be aware of Carrillo's position. They're putting themselves in a sandwich. If Carrillo can peek out, wait for the fight to break out, and then go massive on either the Unnamed or XSET, this could fall away from them. But I think at the meantime, he's being too silent, and the XSET push onto the Unnamed is working out heavily in their favor. Bucky's able to find 2. Wait a second, I might have spoken a little bit too soon, because here comes Carrillo, finds a 3rd on the XSET.
Oh my goodness, this is disastrous. Joey is now the last man standing. It was all going so right. It was all going so right, but then it went so wrong. Bucky came off of the ice to put Loops in a position to win this game somehow. XSET was looking so good, but you talked about it, Cameron, the potential for Carrillo to come in and backstab. But really, it was all about the Unnamed making a name for themselves here in the desert. Plant their flag. Bucky sending so strong, able to play the angle so well. And now it is Carrillo in a 2v1 situation.
Carrillo used the timing. He knew that the Unnamed were going to be able to get the revive off no matter what. And so he put himself into a position to get into the circle. And this crate, it was already looted, but even if it weren't, the power would be its cover. But Carrillo is still so unsure. He is still expecting the possibility of the Unnamed coming in from his west side, which is why he is taking this edge position here. Or perhaps the crate would be too obvious of a choice, but it doesn't matter because he was already spotted 2 versus 1. He's going to have to go big.
Ravens going in. This is absolutely solid play from the Unnamed, trying to find an angle. Carrillo was able to get off the med, though. Ravens trying to find the shots, but Carrillo gets the best of it. The headshot to the Raven. It all comes down to Bucky. Bucky who went so big against XSET. Can Carrillo get it done? This is the question. Trying to find it. Bucky goes prone. 1 second longer. Carrillo on no HP. No time to heal. Just gotta go. But Bucky from the Unnamed says, this is our map. I don't care how many teams you throw at us. I don't care how many players. I will not say die. And the Unnamed take the chicken dinner here on Miramar, taking on all comers in an epic victory. Cameron, one of the best we have seen in a while.
Just that final engagement there. I said that he had no cover against Carrillo, but he was able to use that lip of that hill for just a moment, not allowing Carrillo to get a free open spray and the health advantage. I mean, that really is what won it in the end. But I think more than anything else, this was the story of XSET throwing. I liked their initial push from that compound, but then when you see those 3 red dots on the map go in between yellow and gray, it's you're worried about
my heart is pounding. Jason, I know yours has to be as well. You're standing there giving me a look. Hey, look, I introduced you. Hey. Yeah, no, my heart is pounding. That was such an epic finish to that game. My hands are sweaty, and I wasn't even playing. I can't imagine what it was like in the final moments there trying to line up the shots, but the Unnamed hung strong, which for a team that we didn't have huge expectations for coming into this, for one of these up-and-coming squads to be able to take on XSET and Loops back-to-back, Jason, that's got to be a huge confidence boost. Oh, they always. Where? Oh. Jason, welcome back to the show. I mean, we were in mid-sentence, to be fair. Producers, thank you. I mean, you can let us finish our thought and then introduce him. So, welcome back, Jason, to the desk.
I didn't have anything.
Want to fly me out to Poland, guy? If you want to, I mean, I'll just. Jason can retire. It'll be. Well, good. I'll do it now. I am the host now.
I will.
Right?
I mean, I'll walk off the stage if you want. That's cool.
I mean, I feel like
we love you.
Have trouble going to break.
No, I mean, obviously, yeah, your heart's beating like crazy. My heart's beating like crazy. XSET, like, they finally got himself into such a good position, right, to finally get like a big win under their belt. But then again, the Loops had something to say, and Carrillo had something to say about that. But then again, despite that, they still got a bunch of points for XSET, so they should be extremely happy for that. And you two should be extremely happy because now you have a quick little break before the 5th match gets ready. So you two don't have to see my face anymore. You two get to take a quick break, and we got to bring our analysts in, who unfortunately have to see this mug on their screens. Yeah, what a crazy game. We had, Alpha 7 get 10 kills before they got knocked earlier on in the game. We had Unnamed, I think, finish off like 11 kills. We had Carrillo almost pull off the play that we almost... I think as we were looking at that, we're like, yeah, Carrillo can win these. 100%.
As soon as we saw the players from the Unnamed split, as soon as we saw how separate they were like, oh, Oh, we have seen what happens before when teams overextend like that, when they don't execute Erangel. It can happen. It can happen. Carrillo definitely put us on the edge of the seat. We knew that he can clutch up plays if he would have just had a bit of extra time. Just a bit of extra time to get another heal off. Oh, or if he would have, Glitter, you were saying if he would have gotten those peak shots right away, oh my gosh.
It was so close. But we, in the end, the Unnamed takes down a very well-deserved win. 11 kills to their name. I think this is their first win? Is it not? I think it might be. But moving down the list, we see Loops with a second place finish, so close to pulling down that win and getting rid of the 0 chicken dinners, but still 9 kills. Korea with an amazing play. XSET, who I totally thought was going to, honestly, I thought they were going to win towards the end there, and Carrillo just played it perfectly while XSET pushed up on the Unnamed. He took advantage of the damage that the Unnamed had put into them and was able to help wipe them out, but XSET still pulling down 8 kills to themselves. And Alpha 7, I mean, you said it, Jason, they went out early, but still able to pull down 10 kills to themselves. I mean, that's just more aggression coming out of Alpha 7. They're still consistently pulling down decent chunks of points for themselves. And then B4, 8 placement points, 3 kills. Maximus doing a good job there at the end for them. 11 points to their name. And Nova up here again. HQA up here again, 7. What's happening?
I'm telling you, we gotta continue to call them out. You see Wildcard Gaming there with 5 points total, and something that I know Jason and I were kind of keeping track of as we were watching the game. You too, Glitter. We saw that they still have Leon in there instead of Sam, so something to keep an eye out for tomorrow. We do see Team Queso here getting 4 points, Defeaters 3 points, Metagaming 2, BDM Esports only 2 as well, Brazilian Rampage 2, and all of these teams getting that little points, Execute as well. This just means that there's really not gonna be that much movement, at least after that match, in regards to that second page when we go to the overall leaderboards, which is still gonna leave it closer for the coming days, for the coming final week, and it can't come down to that final game.
El Diablo. Total healing.
Yeah, right?
A little bit scared there. I was like, oh. I mean, I know it's a spooky month right now since October, but it's a little too spooky for me. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments, though, from that last match, and I'm assuming we're going to see a bunch of clips coming from Alpha 7, though I do want to give a shout out to HQA again. We talked about before the game started, will they drop or hot drop Loops, and they actually went for El Azahar instead. So they actually did give them the space. They tried to play for later on in the game, which is why I think we're seeing them get so many placement points.
And I think that's good. I think this is something that we kind of talked about whenever they used to actually hot drop Klaze Esports. We always talked about, hey, you can get 1 win out of 5 matches, but more than likely out of all those, then you're gonna end up with 4 losses with maybe just 1 or 2 points if you do end up getting a kill on the Klaze Esports. Why not just back off? And this is from an interview that you guys were able to do at the beginning of the tournament. They said that they were just gonna continue to drop them. Guess what? This shows actually maturity, that they were able to realize, hey, you know what? This is actually not working. If we want to make it to the top 16, we need to be able to adjust, Glitter.
Oh man, that was just a really good name. I believe coming out of Dedeen that onto 19 Esports, that was clean. And I feel like we saw some really good utility in this Miramar match, and it made it that much more interesting to watch as we see some of the kills that Alpha 7 was able to secure early on onto PK. And I feel like PK has been really quiet today, 7. I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, with Pittsburgh Knights, it's always kind of like a hit and miss for me. They just haven't been as consistent as I would prefer them to be. And it comes down to a lot of the teams there towards the second page and at the top of the third page, in between that 12 to 20th spot. There's a lot of hit and misses. They have moments of greatness that we've been able to see out of PK, and then they have moments of what just happened now. They ended up getting 0 points overall. And listen, this is bound to happen, but you gotta fix them. And one thing in regards to fixing them, as we do see more of the highlights right there from Kayovsky, is B4. So far, we haven't seen B4 get any of this goose eggs we're kind of used to seeing out of them.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I'm not mad at that. I think that they've stepped up their mid-game aggression. I feel like they've stepped up their consistency as far as their placement points. We're not seeing goose eggs for both of those reasons combined, and every little bit of points at least is just, ensuring their finish. At this point, they're really kind of fighting for a little bit of extra cash, right? Because every spot that they can climb up might just net them a little bit more money. They're a solid, easy qual for the top 16 position, as they've been pretty much in that 4th place position for how long now. But Loops is, man, we gotta talk. I feel like we probably are gonna keep talking about them, but Carrillo, almost had the most insane clutch, and it's just so nice to see this type of gameplay coming out of Loops. We saw amazing shots out of Federal early on in the highlights, the Dean with the nades. I mean, it was a really good game from all of those players.
Well, you're talking about
I do want to say, I was going to say, the Dean during one of those nades, Jason, ended up actually finishing off one of his teammates and didn't give him a chance to actually revive him.
It counts. I count it. That's how I get many of my kills when I play.
Oh, look at, okay, so this is week 1 and 2 versus week 3, and look at the damage increase.
Just add their kills too.
Yeah,
we always talk about their
picking
kills.
It up.
Yeah, this is great to see. Knockouts, 2 assists. You can see everybody starting to kind of put in work, and we really haven't seen Golden as much in regards to the rotation that we've seen out of Loops Esports. So I wonder if they're going to their core 4 and kind of sticking with it and just giving them a chance to just get into the rhythm of things, get into the momentum, and get ready pretty much for the finals.
Get into the rhythm of the night now as we take a look at our total damage here in that last match. I think Glitter got it on that one. I think 7 might be too young for it. We're gonna take a look at the damage done. Actually, I don't think that's even close to fair. Loops, anyways, 2,300 damage done. Gonna lead the way here on the board. You can see though, Alpha 7 towards the end, Glitter 11, almost 1,200 damage, but the 10 kills behind it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Alpha 7 has just been playing so strongly today. It's still over 2k damage for Loops. Impressive showing. Almost 1,500 damage for XSET as well, though they had a very strong game. Nova being a lot more consistent, almost 900 damage, 4 kills. But Alpha 7, man, I mean, the first game was both, right? They got placement points and kills. The second game was mostly placement points. Then this one was mostly kills. So they're figuring out what works best for them. But either way, on either end, they're still pulling down points and making sure that they're securing their top 16 finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, I talked to a couple of teams over the last few days, and I asked them, like, who do you think, in your opinion, is a team that's overperforming? As in a team that's playing better than they should be playing. And Alpha 7 did come up, to be honest. And I think right now with what we're seeing today is that maybe they actually are deserving in this position. It's not like they've gotten lucky in one day and shot up the rankings, kind of like Ace 1 did within our first week. It's actually them consistently placing high, consistently getting kills, and proving they deserve the place they're currently holding. I wonder, though, as we kind of reset things, right, going into the finals, if teams that were at the top are going to be able to maintain themselves at the top. Because we've seen, like, for instance, if we took Ace 1, if we took away the first week results, I honestly feel like they would maybe not even be in the first page right now. They wouldn't even nearly as close to Loops because that was how impactful the first week was. Same for G25, right? 224 points in the first week. That's more points than a lot of the teams we have points over 3 weeks.
Yep.
So you take away that 1 week of great play, maybe not performing as well. But then again, the finals is 1 week. It's 4 days of matches. So as long as you have that one good week when it comes to the finals, you could be going to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. And also, we could be having PUBG Mobile win an Esports Award. We still have the votes going on right now within the Esports Awards for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year Award. Yes, I said Esports like 8 times there, and I'm not going to say it one more time because you can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you get your vote in for PUBG Mobile. 7 is giving away 10 million UC to one lucky person, as well as his home address. And he says he'll buy you a delicious steak dinner. So make sure you get your votes in, take a screenshot of it, send it to him over at the 7WG over on Instagram. As he disappears, we're going to disappear to a quick commercial break here, and we'll come back with our last match of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Oh, sorry. I had to run back there and get my vote in to make sure I get a screenshot because I really want that nice steak dinner with 7. As we still have our 5th match to come up. It's going to be ending things off on Erangel with Group C sitting out. So Loops, unfortunately, not going to have a chance to get that chicken dinner today. But maybe if they go vote for PUBG Mobile's Esports Mobile Game of the Year, maybe they can get a steak dinner with 7 another day. Anyways, we have Group B here coming back in yet again. G25, no chicken dinner on the day. Cloud9 having some being unlucky in some situations. Tempo Storm, a team we haven't talked about too much here that I actually want to introduce and discuss because we've not seen J7 playing with the team. Now, I bring that up in particular because I know after talking to their coach over the last few days that they are trying to come up with a 4 they want to use in the finals. They're actually not even intending to run a 5-man roster. They're just trying to find the best 4 to run with. So they have the best chance to get into top 3. So I feel like, if anything, maybe that's kind of pushed some other players to start to really improve because HH24 to me today has played extremely well in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, he's been one of these players that's kind of hit and miss in the sense that if he gets caught out and goes down early, I feel like Tempo really struggles. But if he could survive that initial salvo, I don't know why he always seems to be the one that gets shot at first. Literally don't know what that's about, but it's always true. Then they do really well. Then Spec Intensa can start to go off, and then they can really start to take control of these fights. J7, on the other hand, I feel like is a little bit less flashy, but a little bit more consistent. So I think those are sort of the two sides of that coin, and which one's going to be more valuable in the playoffs? That's the question I'll have to answer.
Well then, Cameron, looking at another team, Wildcard, they've been playing Leon today instead of Sam. Not exactly sure why. I do want to ask about them maybe later tonight or maybe check in with them tomorrow, but he's typically the player you would come in with, Sam. He goes with the rest of the team. That's their core 4. I wonder if they're maybe trying to get experience to Leon, maybe trying to get him used to the team and to the other 3 players, because again, they've had to run with Enigma during weekdays, or maybe is this a potential change down the line?
I mean, it's possible. Something could be happening on the inner workings of the squad, something, a personal issue, or people realizing Leon might just be a better fit for the squad. And then Sam, which is weird though, because with Sam on the roster, it's a strong core. But yeah, either way, I don't know. We're going to have to see. I think a lot of these teams are just trying to figure out what's happening for finals though.
All right. Well, I mean, they still have time left, right? They got a week and a day at the moment and 1 match on top, which is going to be happening right here, right now. Erangel with these 2 gentlemen and Verum and Cameron Davis, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. As we get into our 5th and final game of the day, where did it go? I feel like we just finished Miramar, and now we're back again. I sat down, I had a sip of coffee, I blinked, and we're back. Could have been a sip of game fuel. Send me some, just saying. All right, game number 5. Let's get on into it. That first Erangel was more sloppy than I anticipated, if I'm being honest. This is the map we play the most, teams the most familiar with it, Cameron, so I was kind of shocked at how sort of chaotic that late game felt.
It's the part of the map. There is so little spaces to play, and it's not even, so it is not as oppressive as my least favorite part of Erangel, which is east of Severny. I know I bring it up about once a week, or whenever we play this map, but I hate it so much. It's not as bad as that. But when you hit the end game, and I think just in the way that the circles sort of moved, which always hurts players in some direction or another, it made it a very familiar vibe, especially in the area south and to the west of that Alpha 7 compound. And then, of course, once the shift happened where it was going to be on that low ground below the cliff, below Queso, teams didn't have a lot of options. So really, I think it was just that one happenstance of that part of the map, of it working out in that way. I don't expect it to happen a second time again.
Yeah, I think we can, especially judging by this playing path, very comfortable drop spots for a lot of these teams. Wildcard up towards Severny. We got C9, that's around Hospital, South George. We're going to see Tempo Storm at Pachinki. With this circle, all is right in the world. All is right in the world.
A lot of field. And there's a potential for military base. But neither of those are a big enough thing that it's going to really affect too many players' transitions. Ace might stay on military. For now, Nova might set up shop around the gas station on that west bridge, but otherwise I think teams are just going to play it out as usual. These are the hills north of Quarry that are powerful. There's, of course, Georgia Pole Mountain that can be useful. And then there's the hills to the west of Pachinki that I think are going to be the biggest positions to play for. The hills east of Pachinki are going to be more sort of a position that a team that rotates late might want to vie for.
And I'm looking right towards the center north of this circle, looking towards that side of Razak, right where Tribe is, INTZ, G25, INF. Like, there's a lot of squads all around this area here. And I want to see a little bit more from Tribe. We talked about a couple of North American teams going into this. They're another squad that I want to see as well. And a squad that Observer's showing us now, and rightly so, is Klaze. They had a stellar Wednesday. I mean a stellar Wednesday. They had multiple top 3 finishes. They looked really, really good. And they've looked good today.
All right.
But I don't think quite able to maintain the pace they set earlier on in the week. But this is definitely an improvement from the team that we saw earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, let me just look to see where they currently are on the leaderboard to back that up.
20th position to start the day.
Yeah, they're still in 20th. But as we mentioned, that sort of point gap between, what is it now, around 8th down through 20th is about 50 or so, a little more like 60 points still, which is not insurmountable. And of course, for a team like Klaze, all they got to do is just make a top 16, which is like less than 20 points away.
Yeah, and I want to remind those, for folks, if you're just tuning in, you're like, I know this is the PUBG Mobile Pro League, but like, it's a lot of games over a lot of weeks. Right now, we are still in the group stages. We are still trying to determine who will be the top 16 for our finals. From there, of course, we are going to determine a PMPL champion, but the top 3 teams from there advance on to the global championships. There's multiple phases to all this. It's really important. It's, again, the reason we score battle royales like this, the reason we use all of these games over all of this time is to make sure that we reduce as many random elements as possible. But if you're able to make it into the top 16 and then into the top 3 again, there is nothing left to chance. You are one of the best teams in all the Americas.
And we'll see how much that name holds stake when we go to the global championship. That's we're still a couple of months out from that, so let's not look too far ahead. For a lot of teams like BDM, they're just trying to make it to the grand final, guys. They're just trying to get to the top 16. They're another one team like Klaze that has had a really good day, but to have a really good day following up, like that follows up sort of bad days, it's sort of, yay, we're here now, but is it too little, too late?
I mean, yeah, BDM came into this day with 223 points, tied with Nova Esports, 1 point off of Influence Rage for 17th, 16th, and 15th place, respectively. They are right on the cusp. They are not safe at all. Definitely one of these squads that we've got to take a look at. I mean, Influence Rage as well, they're right there. One of the teams that I just mentioned, another squad that's going to have to go off. They can put up the kill points. We know that they can. They have a disproportionate number of kill points.
What happened to that vehicle?
All the wheels are gone. No wheels. It just, wheels are overrated. You know what? Who needs rubber? Bad for the environment.
That must have been Tribe?
It had to have been, I think.
That's the only person who might have had an angle onto that, or G25 at way longer range. I don't know. Either way, that's a little bad for Influence Rage, but not the worst because they don't have to move too far and hopefully they can find a couple more vehicles. That is, if INTZ didn't steal all of them, or Tribe didn't steal all of them. But every team, it's around the time they're going to start rotating in tempo or taking that hill to the west of Pachinki, trying to hold it, trying to control it, and you should expect them to be there because, of course, they loot up Pachinki. That's the obvious place for a team to go off of that loot position in this circle. But Tribe, they're getting dangerously close to that spot. Rain, potentially with an angle to spray down multiple vehicles, but he doesn't have the team support. So he might want to prepare to leave. This could be a scout by Tribe, but I think they're sending it quite far past.
I think a couple factors came into play here. A, Rain is on his own. He is playing scout. B, Scar at that range, trying to control that spray, not easy to do. Not easy to do at all. So very smartly there, holding the trigger discipline. Tribe is going to go on through, send it in towards the dead center of the circle. I think decent play all around. Solid rotation from Tribe. Good hold there from Tempo Storm. They are going to be rotating in as well. But Influence Rage is here in their own right. The second Tribe, or the second Tempo thinks, okay, well, we've got the team passed. Another one is right here to take their place.
Influence Rage also pushing up, and they're not going past Tempo Storm. They're potentially walking up onto their doorstep. Ringing the doorbell, knocking, saying hello, anyone home?
Pizza!
Yeah, well, if they knock too much, they might be greeted with the wrong end of Tempo Storm's fight sticks. G25, their rotation, stark contrast. Not nearly as successful, I believe, is an accurate statement.
See, I'm so glad in the pregame to this, I was going to go into this whole thing. I'm like, yeah, G25, they're really good on Erangel. I think they need to show up here today. They're going to do really good. And then I didn't do that, and now I'm kind of happy because they just lost to two players.
I mean, you just did it now, so does it?
Well, I mean, I didn't do it. That's the whole point. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. In any case, they're in the farmhouse. And this is your home now, G25. You're not going to be leaving for a while. I hope you're, I mean, you're dead center of the circle, so that's okay. But I would honestly just, you know, put a can of beans on or something. I'd just take it easy, because you're going to be there for a bit. Unless BDM decides they want to rush you, in which case
they might. They're getting in their vehicles. We could see it happen. They know they already got 2. They're going to have the man advantage, and the angles, you can tell, they're looking really good to leave 1 or 2 players behind and send 2 in on an aggressive maneuver, but Pepito is prepared for it. Trying to spot, doesn't see Duck, but instead sees someone in through the window.
The perpetually prepared Pepito is looking to pepper some shots over the way of BDM. No more P words there, that's fine. But they're not going to push in. They're not going to. This is a wide open field. I mean, unless the covering fire is just the best thing ever, G25 will just rip them out of their vehicles on the way in. But Duck has been really good today. I cannot believe how much damage G25 has done just as 2 players, though. Like, that's actually almost unacceptable. BDM has to use so many meds here. They really don't have to.
I think that's the biggest thing stopping the potential push happening, is that G25 have already dinked them down just a little bit by bit. And so, you know what, that's not worth it, especially because we're about, what is it, 5 seconds away from the next phase starting, but that's not stopping Wildcard from pushing. They're coming, wow, they looted up north. Why are they all the way down here?
That was my exact thought. We always see Wildcard coming from the north. We always see Wildcard coming from the north. But maybe that's exactly why they're not coming in from the north. But this position, the off angle from Orlando of Klaze, is the only thing keeping his team in this game right now. Wildcard were prepared to send it up there. But Nico and XSET are here as well. Hang on a second. This aggressive play from Wildcard is getting really sus really fast. Oh boy, yeah. Leon and crew, they're in a terrible spot.
Yeah, that hard shift down towards the south meant that their position is suddenly a lot more attractive to a bunch of different teams. And when you're trying to crawl up an open cliff like that, XSET or any team really is going to have such a great angle onto you. It's a Wildcard. Oh god, they're going to have to come up with something big to get out of this. And Leon going down is not a great start to that.
Well, that's the player on the outside that could potentially stop the push in from Klaze. The smokes are here. XSET's going to continue to rotate up around. Infernum is going to try and, well, deny. Done with the kills. Going over to XSET. Going to have a mild success. Spring is now just in the worst position. Slicky is in a bush. And the hopes and dreams of Wildcard to turn this day around are starting to slip away. They have just gotten off the wrong end of a lot of these different fights. And Cameron, I want to look at the map as well, the larger, holistic game, because nobody is on Military Island. And there is technically a chance that it could rotate over there. Ace did rotate across, and they are now playing Gatekeeper on the bridge. Nobody is over there yet. Every single team is congregating on the south shore of the main island, and it is getting very, very busy.
Yeah, it's not even just this part of the area. The Klaze are trying to keep both Wildcard and XSET busy. They don't want to give up the space at all. They already have 1 kill. Neither team were able to confirm much more onto Wildcard. They're able to stop the bleeding, amazingly so, forward now. Got the revive, but they're running out of resources. Having to pop so many smokes early is never a good sign, and Acer getting peeked from the high ground through the smoke. He gets taken down. Like, he has to keep paying attention towards XSET. They're torn in multiple directions.
The second they're like, Klaze, go, up the hill, up the... They're just getting shot in the back by XSET. And Spring's just giving her. He's got the DP out. And he's going to look to see what he can do with it. But he's not going to commit all the way. He's going to get the V... I'm so confused. I think they're hoping here that Klaze is going to keep XSET pinned down enough. Acer is dropped. And Spring has been tasked with 1 goal, 1 job, 1 mission. Survive.
Yep. Well,
failed. He failed in his mission. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I was really looking to hype you up there, buddy. So here we are.
At least Wildcard got off the revive. They're still at 2, and as you mentioned, Klaze keeping XSET pinned is the only thing keeping Wildcard alive at the current moment. Luckily, no one else is coming into this area. The pressure, as you mentioned, is going to be on the center of the circle. It's going to be on the far west side as well, and in the down in the bottom right, you actually see a little bit of that fight happening. I believe that is towards the north of the bridge.
The Unnamed, that's just east of Pachinki, south of Gatka. And we're seeing the Unnamed getting picked up there by Team Queso. BDM was there in the area as well. I think that was a bit of a third party coming on in. And speaking of going on in, the nade! Acer through the smoke. Perfectly gets it through the, like, this, how well these players know these maps. Every inch of these buildings, they know down pat. And now Rambote's got to go in.
Rambote, no. You're not going to want
Acer
this.
did it once.
Coming.
Can he do it again? Can he do it again? Oh, it's so close, but they just go, yes, he can. Slicky is there as well, and that is 2 downs, and somehow, someway, Wildcard is keeping on in this game. XSET are rotating out. They're not being this pressure in the back, which means that in a fair fight, Wildcard are the raid boss here. And in Ferrum, he's just got to try and do his best here. That name is way too similar to mine, and I'm going to be honest, it's weird to say.
Ooh, Acer, he's pushing in. He wants to finish out the rest of Klaze, and Ferrum recognizes that, preps his own grenade. Acer might be getting a taste of his own medicine. He's not going to make his way inside the shack. While this has slowed down, I would love to see the map because I mean, I can see it. I don't. There it is. This is a game that is actually happening.
There was a 10% chance that this circle shifted all the way down to military, and we have seen hard shift after hard shift after hard shift, which means teams are going around. XSET to the east bridge. Teams are taking boats and swimming. INTZ is going to swim across, and here we have the team on the edge as well. They are still not in. Wildcard, Klaze, neither one is in this next circle, but look towards on the right side of your screen with Influence Rage, Meta, INTZ Esports, all of them are there. Oh, but Acer, you had one job. You had one job.
Yeah, I don't know where he thought those grenades are coming from. I was about to roast him for not making that nade through that door. Should have been an easy one to make, but he gets the kill in the end because I guess Acer is even more confused than we are. But again, talking about confusion, this circle, what these teams are doing, this is... It's push, find kills. That's the only thing I can say at this moment. I cannot color this. I cannot tell you what is the most
There's no strategy.
optimal macro play. Nothing is the most optimal. Everything is always suboptimal. But Meta Luquitas getting this spray onto Influence Rate, trying to push in. Hold the fort.
What?
Hold the fort.
I think also Marco just ran over one of the last remaining members of Klaze there in the feed. His Influence Raise is pushing it now into Luquitas and crew. 3 members still up as Castile takes that 1v1, no problem. As Rolex is trying to hold on, keep something here for the team. They're both on the edge of this next circle, but both teams are going to have to rotate. Whoever wins this, whoever takes control of this now is going to have a lot more time to work with. But King A, with the VSS at range, the third party comes on in. And a small moment of respite here for Meta. As NTX on the outside is going to try and make something happen here. Rolex seeing the shots, though, isn't able to connect. And NTX, we've seen him get the shots before. Can he find him now?
Prepping the grenade, trying to cook it. Perfect medium rare. Goes too far, unfortunately. Rolex still keeping him pinned down.
We're seeing the vehicle explosion go on in, trying to bank it off the tree. Nice little idea there from NTX. Did take a lot of damage from that vehicle explosion. So we're going to see Rolex starting to push on up. That's going to be it. Rolex is going to be able to get the down, which means it's all up to Castile in the back. And Merlosk is there, but still sitting pretty far. But again, Cameron, look at this next circle. They both got to move. They both got to move. It centers up on the bridge, on the water, and Ace. This is where they started, and this is where this is going to finish.
Oh, this fight might finish badly for Meta because the surround by Influence Rage. The damage, though. Influence haven't had an opportunity to heal up, but doesn't matter. Castile is prepping the grenade. Bit of a distraction from the flank. Rolex, gets knocked. But it's a trade, 1-for-1. Gasby finished that point off, got the kill, 6 points overall. But the last remaining member left in a 1-versus-1.
Castile's won a couple of these so far, and he's just holding strong because this circle is going to start to shift in 5 seconds. He looks towards the vehicle. I think he's just going for the survival play, but Gasby hears the shots all the way through the building. Castile's trying to fight back, and now Castile cannot make this rotation out. And I actually think that Gasby's going for the revive right here. The blue is going to start to come on in, and it is going to start to tick away here. Castile's looting up as much as he can, but I think he's got to try and get into a vehicle. He's got to try and get himself out of here, because at this point, Rolex is just going to go down again. Gasby's able to jump around the shots, but both of these teams are just ensuring that neither one of them is going to be able to survive for long, as Gasby is just going to try and use the first aid. Both teams are just going to try and heal strat through.
The only thing that revive did was deny the point from Rolex away from Influence Rage. That is it. It slowed down Gasby's own retreat. In turn, at least, it is keeping Castile pinned down. As you mentioned, this is a double-edged sword. This is we both lose this situation. At least Meta have 6 kills. I didn't quite catch how many points there. Only 2 for Influence Rage. Not the best look. And oh, this is a 7th potentially for Gasmi. There it is. Finds one more.
Play zone steals it. The play zone. Oh, mistress. It feels bad. And he's just going to die there in the end. Both of those teams, a great fight for both of them. But in the end, they both just ensured that neither one would live to see the chicken at the end of the day. I am impressed, Cameron, though, looking at how many teams were actually able to make it across. But this circle is so punishing.
Yeah, I'd say if I were in their position, I'd probably just end my own game before having to push into whatever this chaos is. I do not fault them for that. But 19 trying to push into... Well, Tribe actually, they're defending up against Tribe. G3
Nova
up close against the rock, keeping the terrain between him and Nova because they understand the threat from the lighthouse position. G-Fan trying to find some angle, trying to find something for Nova to latch on to for this game because they know they're going to have to cross eventually.
And the funny thing is this is near where Nova drops anyway. You talked about them at the very start of the game, posting up towards the gas station. They've ended up taking over Lighthouse instead, which offers them so much control over this area, but there's a very good chance they are going to have to rotate across. Speaking of rotating across, you can see it there, the picture-in-picture teams trying to make their way through. Everybody has their eyes on the water now. I'm getting flashbacks to PUBG Mobile World League East, that crazy water finish. I don't think we're going to see something quite like that. But still, sometimes this game just loves to throw curveballs at you.
Ooh, he's trying to throw smokes. I think that was a smoke. Pretty sure that was a smoke. Trying, because they have to push up as well. They're trying to limit the line of sight for Tribe. Because as much as they're putting pressure onto them, the pressure is also coming back in kind. This one's a full grenade out. But it doesn't matter because Ace are going to have a great position. I say it doesn't matter. That's actually a very, very good nade. AZ recognizes it, and he's going to push and try and get the finish on Tribe.
E3 is there, though, holding strong. Oh, no! Doesn't end up going down. Starlight able to pick that one up. Last man standing here for Tribe. It is King up against the Worlds. Multiple members of Nova are pushing on in. He's the last host for the team right there. But dodging, weaving, AZ in and around the tree, and Starlight is here as well with the DP. King A is trying to find the shots in the 2v1, but eventually Tribe does go down. And not a second too soon because there are only a few seconds left on the clock and teams are going to have to start to go all the way across the bridge because that's where this next circle is. Are we going to see a bomb from Nova across the bridge with the vehicles? Other than Ace, there's nobody actually on it. Axel, that was not the smoke, but we applaud you for it. But still, INTZ now are in a great position. Cameron, they have the only compound still in the circle.
Ace actually had this compound originally, if I'm not mistaken, but they tried to put so much emphasis on the bridge because there's so many potential points there. You can't really fault them for giving it up, but as you mentioned, INTZ now have access to it, and they're going to continue to keep Queso out. I am surprised Queso made it in. They were, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones in the water, but this is what you mentioned. Nova sending it across the bridge, and Ace, I mean, these are free points. Like, why would you not take this position?
This is huge, but I also want to note, Team Queso has 9 kills as well. We haven't really seen too much of them here so far today, but they started it off so well on Erangel. Why not continue keeping it up here? And now G-Fan's just going to burn out to the blue. It was the only play. It was the only play they could make. They had to try. They're going to go down, but that's part of the reason why Ace took the rotation that they did. They're up to 6 kills themselves. Myth looking really happy here as G-Fan's just going to go down to the blue in the end. But Beowulf, hi Cloud9. I didn't know you were here. I think that was the idea. That's Pyro Falls.
Be a little sneaky. Yeah, not much more that so many of these teams could do. Beowulf forcing to swim across. And the one thing, Ace, only 6 kills you could say, but the one big benefit of taking this bridge is that those kills were so easy and very low threat of them taking any damage, which means that they could all but guarantee going into the end game with 4 up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Cloud9 just got eliminated. We're looking at the top 5 right now. Queso trying to push it on the east side against INTZ. Nova also eliminated. Oh god, so much action is happening. I think it's going to slow down for a couple of seconds though. After Queso push in.
Yeah, Queso are pushing. I mean, I talk about INTZ having this bit of terrain here, having this compound. but Team Queso wants to take it from them. They're getting third party, though. The shot's coming from up the hill. I believe it is XSET. Yes, it is. Angry and crew looking down range. Also got to give props to G-Fan there on the bridge before we move too far past it. Actually out-surviving Cloud9 in that situation, getting those additional points, because every single point is going to matter here because it's an absolute bloodbath. Nitsume, the shots on INTZ. Paulie was able to get the revive there on the Vega. He's going to try to do the same in kind. Axial is continuing to push, and then the M4 is here. Level 3 vest and helm. Let's make those work. Let's put him into action as Vega is just trying to hold on, but Axial's got the bead on him, is going to push on in, not let this revive go through, and these are going to be the shots. Axial not even hesitating. Not a moment, Cameron, where he thought he was going to lose that fight.
12 kills for them so far, but back on the west side, Ace are not done. 19 were able to cross the bridge below them, as you mentioned. Only 3 kills, 3 members remaining, but they're getting the damage against Ace. That is 1 down, but Myth with the high ground, with the peek over, is making sure Asa cannot push over and finish the kill against their fallen teammates. They want to keep 4 up. They need to keep 4 up in order to make it out of this situation, because once they leave the bridge, cover is gone. XSET are going to have the angles. Queso are going to have the angles. They need all the resources that they can hold on to.
Yeah, and I really like how Ace is playing this right now. Splitting out in 2-2, I actually think this is solid, because not only can they get eyes up on the bridge, on the high ground, towards the other side where Team Queso is, but they also have this position covered where XSET is rotating in. The problem, of course, comes when one of them does go down. 19 could potentially be that spanner in the works that could come in from behind, try and mess this up, but they're doing the best they can, like you said, Cameron, to limit those angles. That's really the big thing here. But as I look towards Team Queso, they did take that compound, but it wasn't for free. They are now down to only 2 players, and now with the way this terrain's coming out here, with this high ground, XSET, they actually be the ones in the great position, but they only have 1 kill. And Cameron, we saw what happened in that last game. Let's see if they're going to have similar success here and actually closing it out, or if it's, well, if they're going to have similar success. Quotes.
This game doesn't look to be so much in their favor that it's going to bait them to doing such a maneuver a second time in a row. Nico does get another kill, so that's at least 2 for them. And they have this Dridge to work with, which is, of course, more than you could say for any of the other teams. I'd love to see Ace try and push out more than they are. They are pretty close to center. The problem is 19 is going to be a thorn in their side for likely the rest of the game. That you see the pink little bloom, that's a crate that landed dead center. That's free for 19.
Maybe Team Queso. Yeah, I think Team Queso could get some shots in if they tried to move towards that. They're just hiding underneath these pillars. Yes, I'm looking at Excel. Absolutely could get some shots downrange. That's bait at this point. I mean, it could play a factor. I could play a factor, though, the being cover that you could use. If Team Queso, for instance, just try and move in here, it could be a spot for them. But Cardozo, the crew up on top of the bridge from Ace, trying to get in there, and a lot of teams have already burned so much utility. I don't know how many smokes are left for these players, but it can't be many.
Both 19 and Queso are out of the circle. If either of those teams make it to that crate, that could be covered, because that crate is inside the circle. But XSET, where can they go? They also need to push in. I don't know what to say about this fight. This is such an odd piece of the map to play around for the end game. I feel like Ace, I mean, I know for a fact that Ace definitely had the best position so far, but it's wild to say that about the exit area of a bridge having the most cover.
Yeah, and right now, every single team is just waiting for somebody else to make a mistake. One peak too far. Backpacks are off. Snake in time is now, because everybody is just waiting for that opening, that opportunity, and nobody wants to be the first one to put a toe out of line, because at this stage of the game, it'll get chopped off. These players are so high-strung right now. The adrenaline is pumping. Every single one of them is looking for that first shot. Cardozo has taken some from XSET, but he knows his position is solid. It is covered. But Nico moving their way up, playing hopscotch with the vehicles, and this is Mad Max now. Because, Cameron, this is actually huge. Because Team Queso, they had to rotate in on the other side, this actually opened up an opportunity for the squad to potentially go in on underneath the bridge. This is massive, and now that the nades are coming in, Team Queso, this was the angle I don't think teams were necessarily expecting for 19, because now 19 and Ace are going to be able to take advantage of it. And going into XSET, this is massive. Nitsume is just going to try and make these shots count, confirm the kills where he can, but that is just going to be them going down. Juicy holds on. That was not the direction I thought they were going to go at all.
It was a good opening grenade, but they didn't expect the angle from Ace to third party them. Or rather, they just crossed their fingers and hoped that it wouldn't happen. But XSET, they're now incredibly wounded still. They already get the revive on one of the members, but they only have 2 standing. Ace still have 3 up. 19, 3 up. XSET only down to 2, but Ace with the high ground, they still have every advantage in this until the circle comes into play. That is a big shift for XSET. It's towards the east.
And that's actually huge because there was legitimately a world that existed where you could see teams up and above the bridge, like trying to heal strat through this really strangely, like on the edge of it. We've seen weird stuff like this in the past, but now all these teams are going to have to rotate out, and now the advantage is definitely back in XSET's favor. The problem is everybody's going to be looking their way when they do go look to rotate in. I actually think 19 is not in a bad position here, unless Dudu is able to get it down here.
Close. That was getting pretty close. But luckily, I think XSET did a fair bit of damage to Dudu. Yeah, so pull back, heal up. And now the play area is starting to close. A good grenade from Juicy to knock him. And immediately in the kill feed, 19 recognized the opportunity.
Yeah, they've got to go. They've got to go right now. XSET just created an opportunity, but if they funnel up into this area that XSET's still staring at, that could be it. Myth is going to try and get the revive, but Acid goes down to the play zone. That's a huge mistake. Sitting outside, look at his teammates, look at him. No, he was unpressured. That was an unforced error. He's going to try and crawl back in, but at this stage, that is just disaster for 19, and this is XSET pushing on in. They hated the fact that they weren't able to secure the chicken dinner in that last game, and they want to make up for it right here, right now, but Myth is holding strong, but the blue is continuing to push in, and Juicy is here in a great spot. But this was the angle I was talking about for 19, able to use this ridgeline to their advantage. This is why I said they had a pretty decent position, and now this is a straight up 2v1. But it's Juicy against the world. Gotta find the shots, gotta try and hold on. But 19 weathered the storm so beautifully in this 2v1. It all comes down to this. Cameron, can Juicy hit the shots? Does he have ammo? What is happening? He does, okay.
No, he's being gifted it by his teammate. That's why Nico tried to crawl forward, but that was still enough of a window. Waiting to reload made it so that 19 were able to secure that win. Only 5 kills, but with a game like that, you really can't fault them or anyone for whatever happened. That was such a chaotic game to end the day.
I mean, well, it's certainly on brand, if anything. But still, XSET getting to a final top 3 situation once again, putting themselves technically in a position where they could be doing well, but it was just those small accrued casualties that took over time. A little bit from TQ, a little bit from Ace, and then 19 was there at the end. And Juicy, I think we had to ask the players after, but I think you're right. I think he literally was out of ammo, and Nico went and brought him some, but couldn't get the revive off in time. In any case, wow, what a finish. Jason, I know you're standing by. I'm going to intro you like a good not host as we get into this.
Yeah, honestly, if you guys were to ask me, if anyone out there was to ask me, hey Jason, we got Queso, we got 19 Esports, we got Ace 1, we got XSET. With the positions they had, 19 never would have been a team that I would ever have said, yeah, they're going to win it. I would have said every other team except them in that situation, because that gave me flashbacks to an event we had in India where a team ended up dropping all their health or healing items to a player up top. The rest of them jumped down to do as much damage as possible because it was a heal off to the teams below them because the zone was going to close in. And I was getting complete flashbacks to that, but it didn't happen in 19. Okay, let's say this. They didn't do all the work there necessarily. That was XSET. That was the big nade coming through to down Dudu to allow them to push through, to allow them to take that upper position and get themselves back. And it is a little bit unfortunate for Juicy running out of ammo there. I heard 7, he's like, don't pan them. Like, don't pan them down. But in the end, XSET, they come close, but no cigar. They only get themselves a 2nd place. But again, another really good placing for them, considering how the day is gone. I'm going to get rid of you 2 for now, because you know what? We're done for the day with you guys. But we'll see you, I believe, next week as we kick off week 4. So thank you for everything, guys, and enjoy your day off. Well, the rest of your day. Let's bring in our experts, though. 7, Glitter. I mean, we had a really interesting shift in the zones there. When it kind of like refocused over Soshnavka, as I like to call it because of my nose, over towards military. I was like, this is interesting. because we had so many. What, Glitter? I have a giant nose. We had so many teams all of a sudden just kind of like transition across, right? We had BDM Cloud9, we had Tempo 19 Esports, we had Tribe Nova, Ace One on the bridge, then we had INTZ, Team Queso, everyone just trying to hit the guns as quick as they can to transition. But in the end, as we can see here, Team Queso, even though they didn't get in first, they didn't get second or third, they still get themselves first overall in points, Glitter.
I mean, look at their kills. It doesn't even matter anymore. But they got 13 kills, so they were like, yeah, everyone might get that first place, second place, third place finish over us. But they had so many kills in this lobby that they do end up overall in first place with 21 points. 19 Esports, though, sneaking in there right behind them with 20 points themselves to their name. Massive chicken dinner for 19 Esports. 5 kills as well. 7. I mean, it's not like, you know, we called out all the teams that did well today as not doing well and needing to step up, but we kind of did.
Hey, we said 19 Esports helped quit addiction in the previous matches, and they stepped up. They both ended up getting the chicken dinner. This is nice, man. Team Queso, too, with 21 points. You got to give them credit. 13 kills. This is kind of like the Team Queso that we're used to seeing now, being able to get just a bunch of kills. Ace One with Dudu. I know we were kind of going crazy thinking that Ace One was more than likely going to end up winning it.
Yeah.
19 Esports honestly played that so well, and we were wondering if they're gonna try to go for that heal off. I'm glad they didn't. I'm glad they kind of just waited it out and fought it out. XSET, I feel like they did great too. These are points they definitely needed. You see INTZ there, and so on and so forth. Now on the second page, BDM Esports. This is one of the teams that we were talking at the start of the show with only 3 points total. I feel like today they definitely underperformed. You see Influence Rage there with 3 points as well. Another team that with Influence Rage, Glitter, we're used to seeing the pop-offs out of them. We're used to seeing the insane amount of kills, maybe not so much the placement points, but we always see them getting a lot of points in regards to kills.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of been a quiet day for a lot of teams, as you see there. Cloud9, Tribe, the Unnamed, Tempo Storm, and G25 all really struggling in the final match here on Erangel. And I don't think that I would have thought any of those teams would have struggled on this map. So once again, you know, thank you to all of the players and teams involved in this entire season, because I can't keep anything straight. Who's going to do well, who's not going to do well. It's a surprise every single day. And honestly, it gets that much more interesting.
And you know what also happened again, guys? The team gets a chicken dinner, the Unnamed, and then they get 0 points in the follow-up match. But besides that, let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. I don't want to dwell too long on that, unfortunately, for the Unnamed, as they obviously did get a big win today. Let's take a look at our highlights here from what we had breakdown. And honestly, it was so weird because we had such a lull in action happen towards the end because of the shift that went down, that Queso, in the meantime, were just licking their chops, you know, with chicken or steak, whatever you want to call it, in their eyes, thinking we could easily win this one yet again. But then we get to see also teams capitalize on like the early rotations. I mean, 19 Esports, it was unfortunate. They only had 5 kills. 2 of them came at the very end when they finished off XSET. But they just had to play the time. They had to play the patience game, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, I think at some point we're gonna have to start showing those circles in these highlights, because that's pretty much what was the highlight for me. We saw it. We saw the circle being super split right down the middle. It was either gonna be main island or military island, and all of the teams were just waiting patiently on the main island. And as soon as they saw it shift a little bit more towards military, the teams that were kind of just waiting there on the bridge decided to rotate early. And I think it helped out a lot of teams. I know Cloud9 was trying to swim across as well. We see INF here getting some knocks with the nade. Love to see it. You know, ever since PMWL, ever since we saw footballers go crazy with grenades, now it's just it gives me great joy to see it. You see INTZ holding off, being able to rotate early and kind of holding that off, seeing who's going to be pushing towards them. You saw Tribe trying to get that engagement here with Nova as well. Nova being able to get those extra points, and this is another team that I feel like definitely needed the points. And I feel like, at least for me today, Glitter, Nova performed a lot better.
So much better. And I'm glad you brought them up too, because I don't, obviously we didn't get, you know, an insane win from them or anything like that, but I almost prefer that, because today we saw a little bit of stability out of them. We saw them getting consistent kills. We saw them consistently being in better placements, and that's what they need at this point, not even necessarily for their overall points, while it's definitely helpful because they are in that bubble of 12 through 16 where the points are starting to get very, very close. But it's just better for them moving forward into potential finals, right? I'd like to think that they can continue this performance throughout the rest of the final week so that they do qualify, and then that's when they really need to like kick it into high gear. So I'm happy with Nova's performance today. We did see a little bit more out of Tribe, which is good because they were another one that we were looking at as kind of waffling a little bit, and I felt like they did much better for themselves today. XSET, I mean, they have more than stepped up to the plate today. I feel like they were a way more confident squad. We've been seeing them get more aggressive with time, and I feel like today was one of their better days, just period. So nice to see that out of XSET. But once again, the underdogs, they cannot be denied. I mean, 19 Esports rounding out our day with a solid chicken dinner.
Yeah, something they're actually got to be super happy about, but looking forward to tomorrow. Again, they still have more games to play. They still have more points to claw away at, because obviously with XSET getting a big day today, they're going to shoot up the standings that should be guaranteed top 16 now. But you have other teams who have been able to get a lot of damage in, a lot of points in as well, to be able to make it harder for teams like 19 Esports to bounce off the bottom of the leaderboards. But we did talk about damage. We're going to see it right here now for the last match and see who did reign supreme when it came to the Damage King. And it's going to be Ace1 on 2k damage. But look at XSET. I feel like this is actually one of the highest damage games they've had, if I'm not mistaken, 7.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jason, and I'm glad you kind of mentioned that. Just not only this match, I feel like they just had such a great day, man. They stepped it out when they needed to. And yeah, in regards to damage, that is. The only one I can maybe think of was when they actually got their first win, that they might have ended up with a little bit more damage, or the 15 kills back in Miramar. And I don't even remember the day, but overall, great performance. You see Meta as well being able to put up over 1,000 damage. BDM, even though they ended up only with 2 kills, they were able to put up 665 damage. And Tribe, that last game, they did have a good day, but that last game, they were just not able to finish off on a good one. And something that I know we were mentioning and talking about earlier today, and we've been following today, is what's going to happen with Wildcard. They're going to continue that roster change in regards to Leon and Sam. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow to see if they're going to continue to experiment with their rosters, as some of the other teams have done, and maybe find something that fully works out for them. Find something that kind of goes back to what they were doing in the first week when they were when they were part of those NA hopes.
Yeah, right. We talked about them, and who was the other team we talked about as the NA hopes? Was it Tempo? Yeah. I want to say that it's just got to be maybe like a day thing for them, because they seemed really adamant that Sam was going to be in the main core. But again, maybe it's just kind of experimenting right now. But who knows? Obviously, we still have to wait till the future days come before we do know anything about that. But then again, what kills can we talk about here? Loops, they also had a really good day. They had some pretty good performances, pretty solid. Queso, again, they should have been able to dethrone G25. Maybe we can actually take a look at our overall stance so we get an idea of where all the teams did plays. Because I'm looking at Queso as number 1. I'm looking at Loops of going up points today. I'm looking at Tempo maybe slipping a little bit. I'm looking at XSET going up. What's up?
Yeah, Alpha 7 definitely going up.
I forget about Alpha 7. I felt like
I don't think they're going to move, though. Because there's no way
I feel like they shortened the gap.
Exactly. There's no way they get past G25, but definitely closing on that gap. Maybe taking G25 out in points. But then again, let's take a look now. Speculation aside, we're just going to see right here, right now, what currently are our standings. It should be Queso in first place, I would imagine. And there we go. And that is that is a big lead.
Whoa.
Hold on, look how close Alpha 7 is to G25, though. They're only 2 points away.
Look at the gap between 3rd and 4th place of 60 points practically.
That is crazy. I'm not surprised by how much Alpha 7 has actually closed that gap, but now it's only 2 points behind G25. I feel like G25, maybe this will be in a way another wake-up call for them. And hopefully they do end up waking up. But Team Queso, we got to give them credit. They're currently 438 points, 232 kills. Yep. I think coming into today, wow, they actually ended up getting a lot of kills today. Don't forget, they ended up with the chicken dinner, 16 kills. Amazing day for them. B4 Esports, I feel like with them being able to maintain that top 5, that is good for them because we saw a lot less 0 points out of them, so that's good. We see Temple Storm as well, 333 points, being followed up by Ace1 and Loops. This one really didn't move much. It was mostly people closing gaps, and I think the reason why is once we go to the second page, we'll be able to see the big changes. We'll be able to see all those teams start to rotate, and yo, look at XSET. XSET went from being in, I think it was 17th place, if I'm not mistaken.
17th or 18th.
Was it 17? Yeah, 17. Yeah, 17 to now 10th place. That is a huge jump up.
I mean, a huge jump up for XSET. Notice that Brazilian Rampage actually fell pretty far. Nova, I think, went up after today. But these incremental movements aren't even... I don't know. It's not that they're not impressive. It's just that look at how close the points are.
Yep.
9th is at 275. XSET's now at 268. Meta and Nova are tied at 262. Tribes at 258. Unnamed only 2 points behind that. Brazilian Rampage 2 points behind that. Like, these teams are so close to each other right now that I cannot even imagine what the final week is going to be like, because it truly very possibly can boil down to 1 point differences here and there that make or break which teams are qualifying into the top 16.
And this is what we always talk about, those extra points and maybe confirming those skills, because any point can make a difference. And right now, I mean, 16th and 17th place are currently only separated by just 3 points. You see influence rate. Actually, you know what? As we're seeing the stats here, as we're seeing the stats, 10th place, and let me see here, and 19th place are only separated by 41 points, which with the way things are going, we have seen teams being able to achieve just that and some on just one day. Jason, what did you want to see on this one?
This has to be like the worst day for Influence Rage out of the entire event, because they started with like 141 kills and they only got like 3 today.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe they just didn't get that Mountain Dew, you know? Maybe they just need to get it for tomorrow. Hopefully. We'll see what happens.
That's rough.
You know, we were talking about point gaps, though, and between 7th and 8th, which is Loops and Wildcard, there's also a 44-point gap between those two teams. And I think that that's the type of gap that we were actually looking at between 2nd and 3rd going into today, and then Alpha 7 just shut that gap down.
I'm also looking at the Unnamed. I can't remember what they started the day off with. However, I do know they dropped 6 slots after the first day of week 3.
Yeah.
And they're able to bounce back massively today to get themselves back into the top 16. But this is what we're talking about, right? Was it 5 positions they went up today, 7?
Yep, they went up 5. They started the day on 19th and they ended up in 14th. So honestly, not bad. And we saw them consistently too towards the top of the page.
Yeah, honestly, pretty great stuff from a lot of teams. But this is what we've been saying, right? Is that anything can change in one day. Anything can change the amount of days that we have left here in our league play. But one team we're going to look at before we do head off for the day is, of course, XSET, who have made that massive leap over into 10th place as well. We got to take a look at their stats just from overall compared to today. And you can see, I mean, they basically doubled the damage. But for me, the kills, the confidence coming back in for this team, especially when we saw them fight Queso in match number 2. We're starting to see this team come alive.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that, and that's the main reason why we kind of broke that down, because we haven't seen any teams want to take on Team Queso, nonetheless crash on their compound. Showing that kind of confidence, I think, set the day for them, set the pace up, set the mood for them for the whole day. And hopefully maybe tomorrow they continue along those lines. The knockouts, everything went up, the assists, you see everybody be more aware. Damage received, considering how much more damage was done, it wasn't actually that crazy. It seems like it goes to show that we're getting into fights and finishing them off as soon as possible.
Yeah, and not only will, if we can see them be consistent tomorrow, we maybe hopefully can get Joey on the show for an interview, because he did tell me he didn't want to come on today. Remember I said before, because I really want to focus on getting top 16. Now you're in 10th place. You got no excuse. You got 7, Glitter, myself here. You want to talk to us, you know you do, Joey. We're going to try to get you on the show tomorrow, so you guys can tune in for that one after match 3. But that does it for the day. 7 and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me yet again. You guys get the rest of the day off, but remember to come back tomorrow at 1 a.m. CEST and 4 p.m. PDT over in the US. You can make sure to join us for more PUBG Mobile action. This is the Pro League Americas Season 2, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of Week 3.